our lives? Well, according to the Indian mythology, ladies and gentlemen, there are 5 lids in the lamp, where each lid is considered to be the face of Lord Shiva, as light dispels the darkness of ignorance. So let's kickstart this lovely day with the blessings of Almighty. So please help me in welcoming on stage with the biggest round of applause. Let's give it up to Mr. Andrew Laphant, founder and chairman emeritus Common Age, to kindly join us on stage. Let's keep clapping as I welcome Mr. Mansoor Dalal, founder and chairman emeritus Asli, chairman Common Age. Let's welcome Mr. Ankur Gupta, co-founder Asli, joint managing director Ashiana Housing Limited, Mr. Adarsh Narhari, past chairman Asli, managing director Primus Senior Living, and Mr. Rajit Mehta, chairman Asli, managing director and CEO from Antara Senior Living, to join us on stage, please. So yes, with the blessings of Almighty, let's kickstart this lovely day. Let's have some applause coming up, everyone. Let's all capture this lovely moment. We'll have a group photograph with all of you. Let's have the biggest round of applause for all of these fantabulous people here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. You guys can have a louder and a better round of applause. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. I request Mr. Andrew Laphant to kindly walk back, because we're going to be having you to present the keynote address for all of us here. So yes, a quick introduction about this gentleman. Well, he's an accomplished leader with a rich career spanning over 25 plus years in social care and retirement sectors globally, following 33 years in the British Army. Wow. And he's also the founder and chairman emeritus of the Commonwealth Association for Asli Aging Common Age. So without further ado, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Namaste. And let's have the biggest round of applause for the gentleman, please.
Well, it is amazing and a wonderful privilege to be back with the Asli family. And it is 5 years since I spoke at the Asli. Then you called it a concave, now you call it a conclave, now you call it a fest. But it's a joyous occasion of coming together of committed, passionate people, all who are seeking to make a difference in the lives of seniors across India. So, to my friends, greetings from across the Commonwealth. We've been on a wonderful journey this week. I'm not alone. I've been accompanied by the Vice Chair of Common Age, Ms. Fameda Shamam, who you will hear from later, who has come from Durban in South Africa, and I've come from the United Kingdom. And we have been guided, escorted, entertained, and shown so much by our dear friend and colleague, Mr. Mansoor Dalal, the founder of Asli, who is now the chair emeritus of Asli, because he's taken on a wider role, because he is the chair of Common Age. and I am now the Chair Emeritus of Common Age. So we have arranged a succession which allows me to concentrate on some other priorities which are emerging in my life, which I will talk about in a moment. But for those of you that are not familiar with Common Age, we are an international NGO. We were founded in Australia in 2013, so we're just over a decade old. Asli is a little older than us, but we have the similar aspirations to make life better for seniors across the Commonwealth. In our case, the Commonwealth consisting of 56 countries, ranging from St. Lucia in the Caribbean to the Solomon Islands, from Scotland to South Africa, 56 countries that work together, come together voluntarily, and which constitute 1/3 of the population of the globe, 2.1 billion people. And if I say that 1.4 billion, a little over 50%, is the population of India, you will appreciate just how significant and important the role of India is in the Commonwealth. India was one of its founding members and has been a loyal partner and friend to the Commonwealth for the 75 years that it has existed, and in striving to bring countries together, no matter what the history, about binding together on common grounds, on common values, and in many cases it's a shared love of cricket. It's a great unifying force around the Commonwealth, as I know, very competitive, but of course so is our sector, isn't it? So it's 5 years since I came here to speak to the Asli conclave then, and a lot has happened in those 5 years. A lot has happened in the world, a lot has happened in India, a lot has happened in Common Age. Now, I suppose the main thing that has happened, well, various serious things going on in the world: climate change, health emergencies, that dreadful pandemic which affected our seniors disproportionately. Researching about people who provide services. In my country, the United Kingdom, we got so many things wrong. I cannot tell you what a crisis of confidence it represented in the support that we provide, particularly for seniors in my country. Some of it was shameful. I was on the board of a large organisation in England at that time, and they completely lost the plot when it came to how to look after seniors through that particular period. An incident that I shan't go into now, but it certainly affected me very deeply. It was a shameful incident of neglect that meant that I couldn't serve with that organisation anymore, because it lost sight of the person who we were looking at and trying to care for. But it's not all bad. There's been some fantastic progress as well, innovation and energy, particularly in services for the older people. And we pick up a lot of impressions when we come to somewhere like your beautiful country at this time. And what I've noticed, and I think I've noticed it slightly enhanced, considerably enhanced, since I was last here, is the spirit of energy that I sense in India, and also a sense of confidence in your nation, that you have a really important part to play in the world as it progresses, and in our case, in the Commonwealth. We want to encourage you to do what your chairman has been doing, your chair emeritus and I have been doing, which is to take a lot of the energy and initiative and experience and innovation that is happening in this country and in others, but take it to the far reaches of the Commonwealth. So Mansour Dalal, in October, he was representing Common Age at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in the island of Samoa in the Pacific. So one of the things that we are able to do now as an organisation that is considered credible and valued within the Commonwealth is we have the ear of ministers when we go to international meetings. And a colleague has been at a minister meeting just yesterday, a virtual meeting, preparing for the Commonwealth Health Ministers meeting next year, where ageing is now on the agenda. we have done a lot of work. We've produced a fantastic report on dementia across the Commonwealth. And a week ago, we were here in Bangalore celebrating that document and promoting it to the Dementia India Alliance, which is another great innovation coming out of India. During that time, our shift of focus from Common Age has focused increasingly on India. Not only is this the country where our chair is based, but also our secretariat is based in India. Our communications hub is based in India. During those 5 years, we have worked to produce and support the production of standards for seniors living and aged care in India for the first time. So this is about the partnership that we represent. And it's been a wonderful few years, really, despite that awful period that I talked about of the pandemic. It has been a real 5 years of fantastic progress. And what I see now in the family of Asli, it's a growing family, meeting ever-growing need for the kinds of services that you provide. And I saw just now in the video clips some evidence, some examples of the wonderful person-centered focus that you all have. But, I'm going to come to the but. In those 5 years, I have also grown older. So I've moved on from chairing this organization that I'm proud to say that I founded back in 2013, and I'm focusing on different priorities, because I'm now in that age group where my hair is grey, my energy is undimmed, but I am now approaching the time when I need to put my life in the hands of other people. When we had a wonderful party last night, and I do thank our hosts from Primus who gave us a fantastic party and celebrated, and the energy in that party and here in this organization is just palpable. But when I got back to my hotel room, I was on a video link with my wife, who had the estate agents in yesterday to value our house because we're going to put it on the market next year. My wife, during those 5 years, has been diagnosed with Parkinson's. She's living with it. She's living well with it. She's coping with it. But we now recognize that we need to make the change. So during the course of the next 12 months, we will sell our house, we will downsize, and we will move our lives into some form of seniors living, probably in the United Kingdom, because that's where we are, that's where our family is, and being close to family and to our community is absolutely central to our thinking. But what are we thinking about? Over the last 5 years, I have visited seniors living facilities all across the south of the United Kingdom, dozens of them. We had a short list of 10 organizations that I'd identified that I wanted to go and look at. And gradually, over that time, we have crossed off the list. And we have crossed increasingly, narrowing down our choice. And at the moment, we're looking at 2. And interestingly, one is a long-term, it's been there since about the 1920s. It's an organization called St. Monica Trust in Bristol, in the south of England. And I have to say that word trust it features very strongly in my thinking. The other organization that I'm looking at is a large provider of seniors living services that has been, again, going in the UK since about the 1990s and has done really, really well. It's been very successful and is continuing to go forward. And it's a commercial organization, it's for profit, and so I'm looking at that, and I think they have a great reputation. They could meet our needs. But what I, above all, when I walk into a site, and I can tell now, I've been at it long enough, I can tell within 2 or 3 minutes of walking in the door of a setting, of a facility, whether it's somewhere that I am keen to explore going further and perhaps committing the rest of my life to. And you sense a sense of community or a lack of a sense of community, a sense of engagement or lack of. You know, your instincts, you're tuned in to what you're experiencing, what you're hearing, and then that helps to guide your choice. And I'm thinking all the time of what am I doing in making this choice? It is my last time move. It is moving and putting the rest of my life and that of my wife into the hands of somebody who I'm going to need to trust, to care and support me and my wife for as long as God gives us left on this earth. And it's a big, big deal for us personally. Things that are important. Above all, a sense of community. Above all, a sense of connectedness to my family, to my grandchildren. Above all, a sense that I'm going into an organization that believes that it can do a better job tomorrow than it's done today. So one that sets standards and maintains those standards and continues to raise the bar. So that, if you like, is my message to Asli. You are doing an amazing job, all of you, but continue to think about the person that you're caring for. Continue to keep your eyes focused on the goal. You are offering people the chance to enjoy happiness in their senior years. So never lose sight of that. And it's a great joy to listen to, and I'm going to look forward to your proceedings during the course of today. But thank you very much for the invitation to come back to Asli and to be with you today. It is a great honor. Thank you.
So I request you to kindly stay back because we have a token of appreciation. So please stay back, stay back. Mr. Andrew, I request you to please stay back, and I request Mr. Rajat Mehta, Chairman Asli, Managing Director and CEO from Antara Senior Living, to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation as a gesture of gratitude. Let's have the biggest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Andrew, for completing the moment for all of us. And yes, Mr. Rajat, I request you to kindly stay back because we have your opening remarks now for all of us. Superb. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up and let's welcome on stage Mr. Rajat Mehta, Chairman Asli, Managing Director and CEO from Antara Senior Living. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And namaste and good morning to all of you. And from my side as well, my privilege and honor to welcome you to the 5th Asli Aging Fest, which has now become the most sought after, the most coveted event for senior care in India. It has, over a period of time, evolved into a cornerstone of innovation, of collaboration, and of thought-provoking dialogue, in the industry. I'm amazed to see so many people. So Bani each time pulls a rabbit out of a hat and gets the event going. So thank you very much, for that. I'm so glad that we are having the event in Bangalore, not only because it's away from the pollution and smog in Delhi, but I think Bangalore has a buzzing senior care ecosystem of young and not so young entrepreneurs who are passionately trying to solve different challenges faced by seniors in India. And yesterday night, Adarsh graciously hosted us for a dinner. It was absolutely inspiring and awesome to interact with some of those young entrepreneurs. And I'm hoping that the discussions will carry on today, and who knows, there could be some new interesting beginnings as we interact. A very special welcome to all our international guests, delegates and speakers, Femada, Andrew, William, Nathaniel, and our friends from Sompo Holdings. There are many people who have come from across the world and across different states from India. So thank you for being here. A big thank you to our delegates, speakers, panelists, and sponsors for making this event happen. India has always and will continue to be a country of contrasts, not only in terms of our cuisine or language or culture, but if you look at any venture, any opportunity, the numbers, the statistics at a macro level seem to be quite mesmerizing. The opportunity is quite large. But when you start to think about efficient, profitable ways of serving the opportunity, that's why you start to get a little bit paralyzed. So I say India is a country of contrasts. We already have about 135 million seniors. That's more than the population of many, many countries across the world. By 2050, 1 in every 5 Indian will be a senior. The moment I think about that, it's quite a daunting image, in the head of the sheer number of seniors we'll have to serve. Yet, the sector has only a 1.3% penetration, while in mature markets, the penetration is about 6%. So there lies the opportunity, for us. But as Andrew said, while the opportunity is there, we should not forget the person that we serve, and that's very important. Thank you for sharing that. Niti Aayog in February 2024 released a report estimating the sector size to be about $7 billion, and then JLL released a report saying that India will need about 18 lakh units of seniors in India. If you put that together, it's about a 10 to 15 billion dollar opportunity sitting out there. In the last few years, at least I have seen a rapid evolution in the senior care sector. More and more players are now joining in for senior living. There are people looking at models of remote-based care, devices for seniors. We ourselves launched a platform last year called AGZ for chronic disease, products for seniors, as well. So the sector is just coming along, and so has the government. So the government has started to think about how to strengthen its framework, its policies. There are councils being set up. And Asli has worked with these authorities and the government at many fronts. So we gave our inputs to Maharashtra RERA to release the guidelines for senior living. We actively worked with Haryana to look at the senior living policy and to also formulate a policy called the medico-assisted living facilities, which enables assisted living to be set up, in residential areas. Asli is now releasing a voluntary checklist for senior living standards along with Grant Thornton. We will audit all the facilities, and whoever passes muster, Asli will issue a certificate of excellence, so the customer has some semblance of, quality of offerings. We also work with NABH. My friend Prem is here, so Prem worked actively with NABH, look at standards for, care homes, and the standards have now got released. So Asli, really, our mission is to work with the government because we do believe that a good regulatory framework will help unleash the potential of the sector. We're also hoping as this comes into place, insurance will design, specific products for seniors, which will give a tailwind and truly unleash the potential, of the sector. Today, we're also releasing a research report by McKinsey. I don't know if Mrinalini is here or not. She'll join us surely towards the afternoon. We did a research about 500 seniors, and 4 very interesting insights came out. One, they not only want to live longer, they're also prioritizing healthy living. So the spends on wellness outside the hospital have gone up. Now, if you estimate the top 30 cities SECB population, that market itself on wellness is about 30 to 40,000 crores. And that's come up, after COVID. And particularly after COVID, the acceptability of senior living and assisted living has gone up exponentially. They're also very surprisingly now tech savvy. So Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube. They're also ordering on Flipkart, as well as, Amazon. And they're looking for causes and connection, because one of the issues that you face as you start to age is isolation and relevance. So they're looking for like-minded communities, hobby classes, and also for causes they can associate, and feel relevant. This year's conclave asks a very provocative question. Is the sector really ready for takeoff? Or is it going to be 10 more years before we see some semblance of, of organization coming through? And the panel that we have is a very envious, panel of moderators, of speakers and panelists who will examine 4 fundamental building blocks for the sector, which is innovation, technology, financing, and how do we create the capacity to serve. We don't even have enough nursing in a hospital, so where will these caregivers, come from? They will look at unmet needs of seniors, they will explore insights from the Indian market, look at global, success stories, and also look at implications for policy making and for enterprise. And then at the end of the forum, we'll try to summarize these findings and make concrete 4 or 5 steps which we can then take forward to advance the sector. I am myself eagerly looking forward to these discussions and deliberations. How can the private sector play a more pivotal role as we speak? Yesterday, the UP government called for a meeting of private-public partnership, possibly in senior living. So let's see how that progresses. What strategic partnerships we can look forward to. And also touch upon the importance of customized financial solutions, such as annuities, or retirement plans. My request to all of you is please engage, please ask, please explore, please discuss, so that all of us together can move towards making a more robust senior care ecosystem, so that our seniors can live with joy, with self-respect, and with dignity. And I reiterate what Andrew said: while we will run enterprises, while we will make our models, let's not forget that smiling face that we serve. So thank you very much, and have a lovely event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And now moving on quickly to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a fireside chat by Mr. Nitin Kamath. As all of you know, a quick introduction about the gentleman. Well, he's the founder and CEO of Zerodha, which is India's largest stockbroking company, serving over 15 million clients. Exciting developments are unfolding in the healthcare sector. In the elder care sector, last year, Age Care Labs raised 11 million in a pre-series B funding round, which was led by Nitin Kamat's Rain Matter Capital and Rain Gruhas. Exciting developments are unfolding, and similarly, Primus Senior Living secured 20 million in seed funding backed by General Catalyst and which was supported by Nikhil Kamath and Gruhas. Well, these milestones highlight the growing interest and potential in the age tech space. So we're going to be having him connect virtually here with us, but we have a moderator, so please help me in welcoming Mr. Adarsh Narhari, ex-chairman from Asli, Managing Director, Primus Senior Living, to join us on stage, please. A very warm welcome to you.
Very good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here. All of you being here is a great testament to the potential this sector holds. Special thanks to people who have flown in from overseas, Andrew, Nathaniel, Bill, and the team from Sompo. Unfortunately, Nitin couldn't be here in person today. He had a travel emergency, but he's graciously accepted to join us online. He's going to be joining us in a few minutes, but let me tell you a little bit about Nitin. I'm sure all of you know who Nitin is. He's probably one of India's most celebrated entrepreneurs. They control something like 15% of all stock market value. But in the context of senior care and health, I know for a fact that this is something that's very close to Nitin's heart. He's a big believer in impact businesses. He's a big believer in any business that is built around health. And he's somebody who has a very, very long-term view. He's not someone who will come and give you capital and say, hey, you need to show me some returns in the next year or next couple of years. He's very happy to be invested for a decade and things like that. I think that's what makes him different. The other thing is he's a strong proponent of health, which I'm sure you'll hear him talk about today, and how he looks at health and how he looks at aging. So this is what makes him an amazing speaker for us to have here with us today, and we're very grateful that he could make this time. Let me just check up, has he joined online? Okay. 2-3 more minutes? Okay. Do we have a filler? I'm not... Okay. Yeah, so we'll take this few minutes that we have. In case anybody has a question they want to ask Nitin, I can ask that on your behalf. Anything? Do we have a very talented, skilled person who can entertain the audience for a few minutes? Ankur, I think 1 or 2 laughs from you does the trick, man. That wakes up everybody. Yesterday we were in Kazi and everybody in Sheraton couldn't sleep because of Ankur's laughing. Sorry? That's a long list because we have something like 300 registrations, 350 registrations. So we'll need more than the time that this session would take. Sure. But we'll find a way that all of us can, get to know each other better. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Good idea, good idea. Thank you, Ankur. Can we get a quick show of hands? How many of you are in senior living? And I'm going to caveat that by saying active senior living. Active senior living? Okay. So I'm very happy that it's not the full room. Assisted living, nursing care, hospice care. Okay. That's awesome. What about people who do home care? Nice. And people who do services for elders? Age tech folks? Wow, so we have a great representation, guys. when we started the Asli Aging Festival, there were 20 of us in the room, mostly senior living players. And even if you wind back a few more years, there was another company that used to do these conferences, and there were 10 of us. And the same 10 of us used to pay to meet each other and pay the money to some person from outside the country. So, it was called something. So that's when we thought, okay, you know what, we need an Indian product for this. And of course, Mansoor Bhai is the one who came up with the idea of Asli, and he planted the seed, and some of us have helped him turn it into a bit of a shrub or a bush right now. And time will tell if this is going to become a big yielding tree for all of us. Okay, I can see that Nitin has joined. Is this alignment okay? I think you need to turn it around, right? Nitin, can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, is it better?
Yes. Hi, Nitin. Very good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Great. Thank you for joining us virtually.
Hey, sorry to not doing that. I was had a last minute travel. So.
Thank you, nevertheless, for making time. And I was just telling the audience here about how you're a big believer in long-term impact, how you're a big believer in people who solve for health, and how you're also a very patient investor. And that's what makes you an amazing person to hear from. Of course, all your achievements is something that's already out there. But today, I'd like to talk a little bit more about your lens on aged care, healthcare, and the way that you see this sector. So we'll start off, Nitin. So we'll talk about what this sector is and what you see as, some of the gaps in the industry, right? So if you were to build in the sector of aged care and senior living or aged tech, where do you see the gap? What would you address first?
I think the gap is. I don't really think it's a gap, but really mainstreaming the idea that it is not old age homes but senior care, as in that is really the problem to solve, and I think eventually it will catch up. Eventually, people will understand and appreciate that this is not really, this is like senior care, but currently the problem is how do you remove the social stigma that exists and etc. So, and I think also how do we address to the population beyond the top 1 to 5%, as in, because most of what everyone is building today is catering to that percentage of population. And there's going to be a large senior population outside the top 1 to 5%. How do we address that is also a problem that we need to think about.
I'm going to caveat the question a little more. So the people in this room are all for profit, and whether we like it or not, the 1 to 5% are the people who pay us. So my request is we'll try to address that group today. While I'm sure you and Rain Matter are doing a lot for the 95%, this group is doing for the 5%. So if you were building in that 5%, what would you build?
I mean, I would definitely build for, the senior care, as in, I would, any aspect of it, I don't care what it is, I would be building for that. I mean, I don't want to pick up, like ideas and say this is the idea that I like. But I think the key is to not think short term, right? As in, because I think this is a long term business. Think of it almost as a 15-year-old business, as in, because most of the VC-able startups and ideas that you get, you tend to sign up term sheet with saying that you'll give an exit in 7 to 10 years. And this is more like a 15 to 18-year journey, and we are way ahead in the race. Way behind in the race, because we are trying to build a startup and hope that the trend eventually catches up. So I guess it's about that, you know.
So before you came on the call, I was just telling this audience that Nitin takes a 10-year horizon on whatever he invests in. But you said 18. So all of you heard that, guys. I don't think you can ever get an investor like Nitin who will say, it's okay, go figure it out, we'll wait with you, right? So we're grateful for people who are there who look at businesses in this lens. So moving on, Nitin, we have seen that bringing in some, an angle of financial literacy, most of the people that we cater to typically put all their money in FDs, right? Typically elders put all their money in FDs. So what are some of the things that you would do to probably guide them for better, I don't know if the word is better, but for financial planning beyond FDs?
I mean, I don't know. As in, I don't know if people should be putting beyond FDs. Because
you're a stock market broker, you can't say that.
No, I got a vested interest, but really, in a sense that as you grow older, your risk-taking appetite goes down. And by the time you're 60, 70, I don't think you should really have any stock market exposure left. Because you saved up all these years for that, for your retirement and etc. So I mean, you definitely have something like G-Secs and T-bills, which are government backed, which are probably safer than bank FDs, but I'd say, bank FDs and that too maybe the largest banks in the country, and just having the sense that my investments or my savings is safe is critical at that age, because you don't want to handle any kind of volatility in terms of your saving and investing at least at that age. So I don't think any other instrument really is an option. Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk a bit about technology. Obviously, you see a lot of cutting-edge stuff around you. But when it comes to senior care, what are some of the technological trends that you foresee or you would like to see in terms of how care is delivered?
I'm super excited about the GLP-1 drugs, right? The semaglutide, different forms of semaglutide, because in India is really the diabetic capital of the world, right? And most of our the old age problems are really arising out of diabetes, and and we have found this wonder drug that basically is counter to that, and more importantly, the food that we consume are like low protein and highly processed, as in it's turning highly processed as time goes by, so I think the GLP-1 drugs, especially because it's going off patent in 2026-27, is going to be the key, and I'm sure Dr. Reddy's and Biocom, etc., will do a great job in making it available to the public at prices which are absolutely nothing. And I think the life expectancy, the India's life expectancy is what, 67 or 68. So it's bound to go up over the next 5 to 10 years. And in turn, it's hugely beneficial for you guys as a market. So I think I'm super excited about that. In terms of AI, I mean, a lot is being said, and I don't think the current bunch of old people are really the types who can interact with the automated voice or automated chat or etc. Maybe when I'm old, and I'm at the age of being a senior care, I would probably consume AI. And I guess AI is generally, in terms of any automation, I think India is still early for it. And maybe 10, 15 years is what it'll take. I mean, that's what I get. That's talking, but that's what it feels like.
In terms of technology, do you see anything else other than, say, for medical care management or nutrition? Do you see any other technology coming in for the current set of elders?
I mean, see, the medical care, the management, etc., they are straightforward vendor-based products. As in, yeah, potentially you can, now that you have you as the industry, then there are going to be vendors who are going to come with products and you can consume on top of it. I don't think that's really cutting edge as such. But that's bound to happen.
So let's jump into a bit of a personal question for you. Since you said when you get older, would you consider putting your mom into a senior living facility?
My mom is super active and social. I think she's like a 40-year-old in a 65-year-old body. 65-year-old in a 40-year-old body. So I don't think my mom really needs to be put in a senior care living. But my dad, who passed away last year, definitely did. And from the time he retired at 60, I've seen the deterioration in terms of his health, in terms of his mental, physical, everything, So, and he didn't, it's as if his life, almost ended when he retired. Like, he had no social circle, he didn't have anything to challenge himself. And I, like a good son, decided to get him a nurse 4 or 5 years back. And I remember 3 or 4 years ago when we caught up, and I told you about me getting a nurse for him, and you told me that it's probably more harmful, in terms of what you could do to your father. I definitely think that he would have benefited significantly from living in a senior care kind of setup. But I don't know. I after meeting you, I thought about it quite a bit, and we are staying in a joint family, and I mean, we stay in the same house. He's got his grandchild. I mean, it didn't feel right to ask him to go and try out. I think as long as the person, the senior, is himself not willing to, I don't think the juniors in the house can really push people. So I think it has to be like that. It has to be that. It has to come from the senior saying, I want to go live here because I have a social circle and etc. So, but that's one thing that we got. I maybe should have pushed him to try it out at least.
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you for sharing that personal journey around your father. But most of us actually cater to active seniors who all behave like they're 18, but they may be 80 or they may be 75. So there may be a blind spot that it's not for active people. So a lot of people in this room actually deal with seniors who are like you and me, except they are above 60. And they just want a life of convenience and comfort and being in a stress-free environment. But thank you for sharing that, Nitin. I'm going to go a little deeper into your journey around health. Sometime in the last year, you had a health scare. Seema had a health scare, right? Could you tell me a little bit about how your perspectives about health and longevity changed from your own lens? And what are you doing today that a 80, 85-year-old Nitin would look back and say, I think I did something right in my 40s?
I guess we keep talking about the uncertainty of life, but me and Seema got to really experience that. And Seema first with her cancer, then me with the stroke early this year. And I think I wonder. So, in a way, I think both of us came out out of it extremely soon. And then I think both of us stayed very positive. When she was going through a cancer episode, I remember, I think 1 week or 2 weeks after surgery, she was back on the treadmill. And I was back on the treadmill after a week. So just being positive is really what has helped us. And not just me and her, be it, my mom, or be it Nikhil, or be it my son. Everyone in a family was it was very positive. I think that's really the key. The key is to just think of what is bygone as a bygone, and it's an accident. It can happen to anyone. And but I in terms of food and all, I don't know. I feel what happened with me is, in terms of longevity, etc. I don't think I could have done anything differently. I was the fittest myself last January. I'd done Ironman, I'd done high rocks, etc. So it was really like a culmination of dad passing away, stress with dad. I'm not really stressed, I would say. I hadn't slept for a few days. I had contracted COVID. I was dehydrated because I'd gone to his hometown and we were across many temples and etc. So all of that together probably when some of this accident happened. In terms of my longevity, I care. This year I care a lot more about the kind of quality of food that goes in. I question almost everything that's put on my table, right? At home, in a sense, at home, if there is, like the sabji made, I would question where was the food sourced from, to the extent that was it really organic, and etc. So we are going to kind of like a prototype a small little farm.
Oh, wow.
Because I think in India people don't question that. People assume the food as such. In terms of other thing about quality of, your longevity is the quality of air. I stay kind of not really outskirts, but a little out of town, just because the air quality is better, is under 20, and I think you do all of this and you don't die for the next 20, 30 years. And I think the technology is progressing so much that I think the next 20, 30 years, if we don't die, we will live over 20 years or more. As in, it's especially GLP drug, as in, who would have thought, as in this could even be possible, as in, that's really
So that's a good thing for people in this room, right? If most people make it beyond 60, you're saying that they live above 100. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
from now onwards, the next 20 years, next 15, 20 years, people find a way to don't die. So they can.
Well, Brian Johnson is in Bangalore right now, so it seems to be a bit of a word going around. So that's great news for all of us in the room. We're going to have a whole bunch of centurions, so they'll need stuff to be taken care of for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, the issue is financially is the issue. As in, most people have factored in like the 20 to 30-year-old. Maximum 20 to 30 years of savings when they retire. Now, if they have to lead a 6-year life after retiring, how would they be financially secure is a question. That's a larger question we need to ask, but yeah.
So one other thing, Nitin, I'm just going to circle back, because in India, this emotion that children are the best caregiver for their parents and that parents should be in the same house is a very strong notion and emotion, right? But a lot of data and science has proved that elders actually age slower when surrounded by friends as well as family in communities and in a stress-free setup, right? But how would you go about changing this notion that what some of us do is essentially a vruddhashram or an old age home? And the same applies to even people who seek care at home, because we have always been taught that we should, respect our parents, we should give them reverence. We have never been taught that we should give them relevance and make them independent, because that makes them feel good. But how would you go about changing this narrative at scale around this country?
Well, the thing is, because at home I wasn't successful in terms of changing the narrative. So every time, we have invested in a few startups in this space, and I question this myself, as in, what would I have changed? Or what could I have changed? I think it's a lot tougher when you have joint families, because, it carries a lot of stigma. But the good thing for you as an industry is that people are not living in joint families anymore. So it's kind of reducing at really fast rate. So I guess if the family is not living together, then it probably is an incentive for the kid to ask the parent to go stay in a place like this. So it's a lot less, headache, uncertainty, and etc. So I guess that is the overall trend the industry has to play with, and
so
get it right.
Funnily enough, like you mentioned, almost always, like in our case, about 95% of all the people who bought are elders themselves, and they made their own decisions. with their own money and resources. So you're right when you say that it has to be elder first and led by the elder and not the children telling the elder what to do.
Right. I mean, how does it scale as a question? As in, how does, how do you, like, out of 1,000 potential customers, how do you get 600, 700 elders to feel like they want to stay in such a community is the question. As in, it is going to happen. It's just a matter of time. And I guess all of you guys will have to be patient.
So, Nitin, what is your vision of this industry for the next 10, 20 years? What are the mega trends that you see happening in India?
See, the thing is, I mean, I don't see there any trends per se. As in, the bet is not on the trend that something's going to change, or the bet is that people, elder, needs, a community to live in, right? As in a community where they can interact with people, they can, like the whole thing. So, I mean, yeah. So, I don't think of any trends as such.
Okay. So, a lot of people in this room, of course, are also looking to raise money. So, for those of them who are looking to raise some money, can you talk to us a little bit about what you look for in age tech? What do you look for in a founder? And what's your general perspective on investing in this space?
I think about this space, like I was saying earlier, it's about the skill set required is to survive, like being like that cockroach that can survive like a long period of time, and skill set is going to be that's going to be the most important thing. And when people come, when they have these business models that say that in 7 years, or 10 years, I think it's not that. It's not a traditional VCable model also, because there is no trend that you're catching. You're trying to say the trend is going to come, and we have to play it along. So, like I was telling earlier, it's potentially a 15 to 20 year old business, and the business model has to factor in that. And the business model, I don't think, can be built saying, at the end of 1 year I need this much money, at the end of 3 years I need this much money, at the end of 5 years I need this much money. I think the idea is to build a business slow and not really chase growth at any cost, and especially in this space. So I think that's really the key. In terms of product, etc., I mean, it's a given that the best product wins. As in, it's there's no two ways about it. I'm assuming that you're the best product in your category, and after that, what is the second, third question? It's about this.
Absolutely. No, that's very important, and very few people take that approach. So I think, guys, what Nitin is essentially saying is, if it's tough, stick around. If you do the right thing for long enough, I think great businesses get built with patience. And Nitin and Nikhil are great examples of great businesses built with a lot of patience. Mm-hmm. So, with that, Nitin, thank you so much. I'm going to just open it up to the audience, and we'll come back to you with some questions. So, guys, anybody has any questions for Nitin? If you could pass the mic to the gentleman at the back. Yeah, so just a couple of questions we have time for. Please, sir.
Yeah. My name is Dharmarajan. My question pertains to the social stock exchange which was instituted recently. We have, more of non-profit organizations and a certain few FPEs also permitted, for-profit enterprises as well on the SSE. But we don't find any one of them particularly focused towards senior living. It's more towards skill development and, environment and sanitation and maybe education and stuff like that. Do you think we can have some focus towards FPEs which are senior living focused as well?
Firstly, the social strategy, it's meant for not-profits to raise money from people. And currently the problem is people can't really participate in it. Right? So, the idea is eventually like how you can apply for your IPOs using UPI. You can apply for social stock exchange, using UPI. That's when I think it's the idea will become more mainstream. In terms of FPs related to senior care, the thing, it needs to have project. It needs to have, saying this project is for social stock exchange. You need to have a project. I'm trying to think what project can you go and raise capital from social investors. Right now I can't think of anything, but let me give it more thought, and I'll probably get in touch with others and reach out. As in, I can't really think of what aspect of an FP building for building for senior care will come under a social stock exchange. So.
Thank you. Thanks, Nitin. We have time for one more question, guys.
Hi. I heard you mention that you're confident that seniors won't be consuming AI products directly themselves, but what are your thoughts around caregivers, physicians, nurses in the senior care sector using AI to provide better care or to scale up their capabilities? Do you see that being useful?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sorry, I should have probably told that when I answered the questions. And definitely, I find that I think that all of the people that you mentioned, by using AI, they can increase efficiency in terms of the care, the product, etc. They can offer. So I definitely think so.
Awesome. Thank you, Nitin. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all. Thanks for being a great audience.
Well, that was quite an insightful session for all of us indeed. So thank you so much. And quickly, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on to the next Roundtable 1 discussion, which is going to be on financial freedom in the silver years. Longevity, higher cost of living, and nuclear family setup has put a lot of stress on the old model of saving for retirement. Well, this panel focuses on ideas that can give seniors peace of mind from a financial standpoint. Insurance, reverse mortgages.
People really don't want to give up their house. They don't want to live for 30 years and finally realize that this house is sold or is taken away by the financiers. The second reason is that banking as an institution or financial services as institutions are unwilling to treat reverse mortgage different from a regular home loan or a different from loan against property. They do not differentiate for a very simple reason that each and every institution in banking oblique financial services still work on a cost of fund model. So when they go and raise capital, the people who actually provide capital, they do not say that if this capital is going to be used for reverse mortgage, which is for senior citizen, I will charge you less. The second reason is to lure or to attract senior citizens. Most of the banking oblique financial institutions actually pay 65 to 75 basis point higher on the term deposit. So if a regular term deposit is available at 7%, I can bet my life almost all banks would be offering fixed deposits for senior citizen at maybe 7.75 or maybe 7.65. So when you are paying higher cost to acquire fund from senior citizens or from any entity for that matter for funding reverse mortgage, obviously you do not have ability to lower down your cost for senior citizen. As a result of that, there are times that senior citizens don't really find the rate being very attractive or the amount that they will be getting over a period of 20, 30 years being very, very attractive. As a result of that, I would say there is a very, very little progress. But I can vouch for one fact, that if all come together and we start actually popularizing this concept and start creating awareness about reverse mortgage in our community, I still have a hope that over the next 4 to 5 years, from a very, very dismal performance in the reverse mortgage, we can actually move towards a substantial performance. So that's what my opinion is.
Shailesh, I've heard, this myth that you can't transfer the property to your child. Actually, your child can pay the difference of the money, right? Let's say if it's a crore property and you've taken a 50 lakh loan, with interest it becomes 70 lakhs. The 30 lakhs actually still goes to the child. Is that true?
Yes, absolutely. So let me tell you the point that I made. If the child was so capable, I do not think that the parents will have to really do the mortgage of the property, okay? So in most cases, where parents are continuously thinking of transferring the property, are those cases where parents believe that my child should not go through the same struggle that I went through before I created this property. And there are not many families where the child has his own home within the 3 or 4 years of his starting or her starting a career, okay? So it's actually an emotional dilemma that every parents go through. And you are absolutely right. The residual can still get transferred to the children. But it's not about residual that the parents are actually worried about. It's the emotional connect that parents have with that house that they do not want to leave. They are so obsessed with the fact that since I have built this property with my hard-earned money, if there is somebody who can put a claim to this property is my children. And of course, all of us know that there have been many cases of dispute also where there is only one house, but there are 4 children who are putting a claim to it, and eventually the house actually has to be sold because all 4 of them have to get some share of that house. But if you ask the parents, and of course this happens only after the demise of the parents, if you ask the parents while they are alive, that if you had to sell the house to distribute the money that you will get against this house, the same parents will say, no, I don't want to do that. Even though they know that after they are not there, the house will eventually get sold, the money will eventually get distributed to the same set of children. So I think once people start coming out of this, emotional association with the property that they have created, and they start recognizing that as they have lived a great life for 60 years, the 20 or the 30 years that they still have, they can actually lead a very peaceful, financially able life by doing the reverse mortgage. I think that once that sense prevails, I think the concept will start gaining popularity.
Awesome. Thanks, Shailesh. I have lots of questions for you, but I'm going to move forward on this. Nathaniel, you've been an operator in China in this whole growth phase of Chinese, the aging population, and you've kind of captured it. What did you see? Any gaps in financing? Any solutions they came up with to service the seniors?
Okay, so there is a first financial issue, which might not be the one you're thinking of. The generation that needs senior living at the moment is a generation in China that went through a lot of hardship, a lot of difficult times, and they know the value of a penny. And this is a generation that might be able to afford excellent service, excellent care, but they don't want to spend on service. They're not psychologically ready to spend on service. The next generation, their children, or even the generation in between, is very different. And we have concrete cases where we have to lie to our residents regarding how much their children are paying for them to get access to senior living. Because if they knew how much it cost, they wouldn't agree to move in. Then, this is maybe more anecdotal, but when you look at China, I think same as India, you always have the question of the top of the pyramid. Do they need senior living? If they need it, can they afford it at home with their own ecosystem? Do they need to move into a dedicated facility? Then you have maybe the top 15%, and you have the mass market and people who need social care. And every segment of the population needs a different solution. And at the same time, you have another axis, which is care provision. Are we talking about people who are healthy, active, and are just looking for a community, or are we talking about people who need care? So China solved this issue and these multiple problems in different ways. And I am cognizant of time, so I will probably focus on probably the most creative one, has been sorted out by the conjunction of two things. First, foreign player moving in. Sorry, it doesn't sound modest, but I kind of contributed to this by bringing operational efficiencies. Meaning, before the choice was hyper luxury, very expensive, or very basic accommodation and care where you lie in bed all day long and you look at the ceiling and wait for your last moment. And there was almost no alternative to that. And foreign players, with their experience, their successes and their failures, they brought processes, SOPs, technologies that enabled a new product to emerge with better accommodation, better care delivery in a very optimized way. The capability to standardize the process, so optimize the cost, while delivering very personalized outcome to the residents, including for high-touch care residents. And this experience was very quickly learned, absorbed, and improved by China. And the second, so better quality at lower cost. And the second thing was how to make it last. And this is where insurance players played a very significant role. It started with one insurance company that was in the bottom 15 players in China, and they were scratching their head on how do we gain market share. And they had this crazy idea to say, okay, we're going to build amazing retirement communities, and we're going to make them exclusive to our members who buy life policies, so life insurance policies, not healthcare policies, life insurance. And so they created senior living as a goodie. Because if you're an insurance company, and I'm talking under the supervision, I know a few of you are from insurance companies, you have access to relatively cheaper cost of capital. And not only it is cheaper, it is also more patient. And using this capital to build senior living business, where we need patient capital and lower cost of capital, became a good strategy and a good investment. And they were using these senior living communities as a marketing hook, as a goodie, to sell more life insurance policies. What's the end result? The end result is that adults, older adults, and their parents are capitalizing to pay for their retirement. The insurance company is able to invest this into their properties and their service. And ultimately, people are able to receive better care, better service in an optimized manner because of the experience gained from the foreign players, and in a sustainable manner. And once these companies started this business, they gained market share, and they're now number 4 or 3 in China. So all the other insurance players, they had to follow. It was a matter of follow or die. So even the largest insurance companies copied the system. So now the leaders in China are insurance companies with these integrated schemes where basically they're making money, they're providing senior living services, but they're making money based on their life insurance business. So they're cross-subsidizing through other businesses. And it's working well, and it has made senior living affordable for the middle class.
And so this question keeps coming. How much of the China market is private pay? How much, like at a care level, does insurance kind of, when these insurance companies are doing life insurance, are they covering care in these homes, or they're generally private pay? Or is public also coming in?
So health insurance is very limited in China. There is a public welfare health insurance which covers very little, a few hundreds US$ per month, and so that is significant for the most underprivileged people, but for the middle class and the upper middle class, this is not that significant, so most of it will be private pay.
Most will be private pay. And you've had long, you've seen China. If you were to give an advice to Indian players or to find this funding gap, if tomorrow, if you want to cater to a larger audience, is there any thought you have which we should look at?
It's a bit presumptuous to give advices, but if I can, the market in China really picked up when people were able to deliver a better outcome, a much better outcome with optimized operations. Meaning, again, it's about standardizing the processes to deliver a personalized care and personalized service. And as soon as this happened, the willingness to pay increased. Because, as I said, a lot of people can afford to pay, but they're not willing to pay. But when you are able to demonstrate that you're not buying GFA, you're not buying carpet area, you're buying a service, you're buying care, you're buying a community, the willingness to pay changes. So the first thing to unlock is not can people pay or can they pay, is do they want to pay and what are they willing to pay for. And the more you're able to personalize your service at an affordable cost, the better you will be able to educate the market.
Awesome, and I love that idea that unlocking willingness to pay. People might have the money but may not be looking at spending, and I thought that was very interesting. Karan, you just took out a report on senior living and senior care, and tell me, what do you think as a country we need to do to create the funding gap if seniors have, and what do you see the market demand demographics changing in India for?
So, firstly, thank you, Uncle, for having me and Asli on this session. So, like Shailesh said, right, I just want to pick up from that, the whole reverse mortgage angle. I think 4 aspects which are critical to be evaluated if there's really the financing needs to be solved. Number 1 is the total quantum. It's stuck at 10 million rupees, 1 crore rupees as a limit. Number 2, the tenure is stuck at 20 years. And people, if you are going to live for more than 30, 40 years, 80, 90, that's going to be a challenge, how you fund that. Number 3 is I can only borrow the reverse mortgage for the house where I live. That's again very restrictive. So to the point of giving inheritance to your children, you need to create something outside of that. Number 4, the interest rate. I think if we can club senior living and senior care as part of affordable housing sector infrastructure, the raising capital becomes cheaper and you're able to then give it a much more effective cost. But that is the solutioning.
Thank you, Karan, for giving us a lot of ideas on pitching on the reverse mortgage. And it's very important. I think a lot of seniors, when, maybe at 60 they don't require it. At 75 they require cash, and then they don't have cash. And this is a great way to unlock it, and you're actually going to the psychology of the consumer to do that. And what about, do you see GST as a big problem in the senior care sector? Is it hampering affordability in any way?
It definitely is. Again, it's strange that hospitals, GST is only 5%. Senior care, senior living is almost 18%, but if you composite structure around 12%. one fact I would like to state is WHO statistics says 3 beds per 1,000 people. India, from a hospital beds, is struggling at 1.3 beds per 1,000. It's a huge gap, and which means people need to be treated fast and then given exit fast. But there is always a care component which comes in later, where senior living, senior care steps in. I think that's a critical aspect. The government needs to understand that's also pretty critical, and it's costly. Hospital bills are going way above. Just one statistics, every year people are going so high that 4% of India population is going below poverty line. That's a very scary statistics. Hence, government needs to consider senior care as part of hospital and then look at the GST aspect.
And the last part is this insurance piece, where there's the life insurance finding a solution, but it's not paying for care. It's not like do you see insurances coming in and like finding a product for this happening soon?
Yeah, it's the need of the hour. I think medical healthcare insurance penetration is only about 34% in India. So I think it needs to be more popularized. That tenure has to be increased, and if you popularize that or package it with some other form of savings, with the FD for seniors, and you throw in the medical care insurance, it should take off.
Interesting. Thank you so much. And last, what do you guys, if you were to look at India 10 years from now, or anything you want to, what's your prediction? What's your thought on the market, and what are the challenges you see and opportunities you see for us?
So my personal opinion is that there is a lot of digital awareness which is being created in the country. And as a result of that, the lack of awareness, which I believe existed 3 years, 5 years back, slowly that gap is actually getting bridged. So as far as senior care and senior living is concerned, I sincerely feel that there is a humongous opportunity that is right in front of us. And when I say it is not necessarily for people who are only involved in senior livings and senior care, I am referring to every other industry which is associated with senior citizen, whether it is banking, whether it is consumer durable, whether it is consumer products company. Every other company has the opportunity. What is most important is that people who are actually aging and moving towards becoming senior citizen, they need to recognize that financial advisory is not necessarily meant only for population which is in the age group of 25 to 55. Financial advisory is applicable even for 65 or 70-year-old people. While Nitin may not have suggested that one should invest in the stock market if you are a senior citizen, but I truly believe that the financial advisor actually does that job for you. When you have a corpus of 100 rupees, he or she can actually advise you to what extent you need to put in where. While there is a misconception, the senior citizens should not take any risk, and as a result of that, most of their money, I would say large part of their money, maybe 90-95%, should be put in the fixed deposit. While I'm in the banking, while I do get benefited by this fact that people keep money in the fixed deposit, and of course we use that money to lend, but my personal opinion is that we will have to build this awareness that you have the appetite for taking risk, and you must take risk by diversifying your portfolio so that you get financial independence and you start funding those basic needs that you have as senior citizen. If my data goes right, almost every senior citizen today needs anywhere between 8 to 12,000 not to actually eat delicious food, but actually eat medicines. Now, if there is a need for 12,000 rupees every month to just consume medicine, I think the preparation for the same needs to start much early, and it must be done with people who actually understand where to deploy your corpus, where to deploy your fund. So on one side, there is a humongous opportunity. On the other side, I would also say that there is a need for us to educate people. There is a need for us to educate them for planning their future as far as finances are concerned much more earlier than what they're doing right now.
From you, Nathaniel, you've now roamed a little bit of India, I guess, and you have the China experience. What's your thought on that?
So I don't have the pretension to tell you where India will be in 10 years, but I can share with you experiences from other countries, and I will leave it to you to decide whether it is applicable or not. But there is a general trend globally where senior living started from two extremes. Real estate development on a sales model for independent living and hospitals for nursing homes for people who have more dependency need, and on obviously a fee-based model. What we're seeing first is a convergence where the traditional segmentation between independent living, assisted living, nursing home, palliative care is progressively disappearing. It's happening in Asia, it's happening in China. It's also happening in Europe and to a lesser extent in the United States. But there's a convergence because people don't want to get kicked out from their home when they age. And so being able to embed the capability to provide care until the end in places that welcome independent senior is becoming a key differentiator. And as a matter of fact, the emotional decision of moving to a senior living community is also evolving. In countries where there is better welfare, there is better access to doctors, it's become easier to stay home longer. So the question is less and less, do I want to move into a senior living community, but do I need to, and when do I need to? So there is progressively a switch towards sales-based independent living communities toward rental-based, sorry.
I know you're just telling my model doesn't work. All right.
I'm sorry. But to a rental-based model where people will, even if they don't come to you because they need care now, they come to you because they know you will be able to provide them care in the future, or you're able to provide care to their better half. We also need to solve the issue of uneven dependency needs within couples. So these are trends that we're observing everywhere.
Great. And Karan, in the report we talked about some 30% growth in senior living over the next, I think, 10, 12 years. What do you see? What's driving the demand? And do you see a challenge in the supply side at all? Is there something as operators, as developers, we need to do?
So I think post-COVID, obviously the awareness has gone high. I think the adaptability, the myth, the social stigma is slowly disappearing. It's taking time, but disappearing. The issue is all the senior living thing, 60% of the market is in South India. So I think that education is required west, north, east of India. From an opportunity perspective, we are expecting 191 million population to be senior category by 2030. Just to give you statistics, pre-COVID, the launches by senior living units was only about 1,100 units per annum. It's now around 2,400 units per annum, but the demand by 2030 would be 2.3 million units. So it's a massive demand mismatch. So I think that's what the room should think about, how we can cater to it, as well as give representation to government to help the sector prosper faster.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I open it to questions. If anybody has any questions for the same.
First of all, very nice panel gotten together. I think a lot of information, very important to the sector is what we got today. Starting from Natalia, I think the operational efficiency leading to cost control, very, very good point. I think that's a very good insight. And moving to Karan, which you also pointed out difficulties of the reverse mortgage. Very nice. So the question actually is to you, Shailesh. Reverse mortgage definitely is something to look forward to. You used 2 points. One is the emotional reasons why people don't opt for it, and the second one was how banks find it difficult to raise capital. I think probably, personally, I would want to switch the points 1 and 2, because the second one is the more prominent rather than the emotional, because these new age seniors are thinking differently. They want good things for themselves. So I think that's one switch we need to do. And I think all of us sitting in this room are working in a disruptive industry right now. It's a very, very new place. And I think you are representing the banking. So the question is to you. I think everybody needs to think disruptive now, how to support these people who are coming out. And is it, as per you, it's just I think there are lots of terms and conditions what Karan also mentioned about that is causing it difficult for people to opt for reverse mortgage. How can banking make it easier for people, whether it is terms and conditions, whether it is the process that they have to follow for people to opt for more of these things? So that's my question to you. Thank you.
So I'll answer in two parts. I really appreciate the fact that banking or financial services companies actually have to do a lot. So the first thing is what Karan highlighted, that today the limit is anywhere between 5 lakh rupees to 1 crore, okay? And it's also not the 100% of the value of the property that the bank is willing to give you as a reverse mortgage. It is generally anywhere between 75 to 80%, depending on the age that you belong to. So the first thing that I believe that banking and the financial institution need to do is to decide as to what part or what percentage of their total mortgage business will be in the reverse mortgage as portfolio. I do not think that we really have a hang of it. We do not know that whether it should be 10% or 15%, okay? While the concept has existed for last about 20 years, but let me tell you, the experience that banks have in this business is not of even 1 year, okay? The portfolio most of the banks and most of the financial institutions have is very, very small, okay? The second problem that the banking and the financial institutions are facing is that since there is a very low awareness, as a result of that, we also don't come across customers approaching us for reverse mortgage, okay? People who are working as intermediaries, okay, with bank to bring in customers for loan against property or home loan, they also do not have the pipeline of customers who are actually looking for reverse mortgage. So let me just give you an example. If there is a direct sales associate or an agent operating in any large city, if they bring in 100 files to you, I can guarantee you they don't bring even one file for reverse mortgage. The reason why they do not bring even one file of the reverse mortgage, because they themselves are not actually popularizing this concept in the community that they are operating. Secondly, since we are getting fund at a higher cost, and we are still constrained by the fact that this is not the segment of customer that you can actually charge more, you have to be a little reasonable. Obviously, the commission that you end up paying to the agent who's bringing in file is also much, much lesser. As a result of that, they do not prefer to get into this side of the business. Rather, they focus on those who are buying new homes or who are buying existing properties where not only bank is able to charge a reasonable rate of interest, but bank is also able to pass on the good commission to the people who are actually bringing in the file. So obviously, all this need to go through change, but at the same time, I would also say that the demand for reverse mortgage is hardly there. As I said, it's not there. People don't come to branch asking for it, okay? And I can also tell you with certainty that if they come to branches, if they start asking to the financial institution, we will have no option but get forced to actually look at this sector with a lot of seriousness, which probably do not exist as of now.
Any other questions? Yeah, there's too many hands. Yeah, this. Yes.
Hello.
We can ask.
My question is to Mr. Shailesh. As you said that, Mr. Karan said that the loan category is from 5 lakhs to 1 crore. Suppose a property is valuating 1 crore at this time, most of the time banks fund much lesser than the current market value of the property. You fund the loan for next 20 years or so. So why don't bank do consider the 20-year appreciation of the property and give that assurance to the senior citizens where they can have a better valuation of the property and they can get more loan on the reverse mortgage scheme. So that is the one of the reason why people are not choosing the reverse mortgage.
Let me answer this in two parts. The good part is that as per regulations, we are supposed to assess the value of the property every 5 years. So it's not that the bank once does the assessment and then for 20 years you are locked in, okay? Assessment has to be done every 5 years, and obviously bank does get to know, or financial institutions do get to know that the appreciation of the property has happened, and while they may have considered about 1 crore as price of the property, but now it's about 1.5 crore, okay? Let me tell you the point that I emphasized. Since there has been a low demand and banks or financial institutions have not yet decided as to what percentage, what proportion of the portfolio of the total mortgage could be under reverse mortgage, okay? I would not say that people have really, as she rightly mentioned, worked in a disruptive manner. We have not come out with very aggressive policy which can actually help us expand the market. As consumers have been very conservative in approaching banks, banks oblique financial institutions have also been very, very conservative while approaching this. The second thing that I would like to highlight, that when you do the funding for a normal house, okay, a new house or an existing house, you know that you are going to get this money over a period of 20 years or 30 years, depending upon the loan tenure. But in case of reverse mortgages, most of the time, the concept that exists is that after 20 years, you have to necessarily dispose of the property to get your money. Banking institutions are not yet, property broker. They have not yet realized this role that they might have to sell the property. They would rather prefer to focus on their core business than selling the property. So that is also one of the inhibition that financial institutions have. Then why should I take the headache of selling the property and recovering the money? In fact, Ankur made
we are out of time.
Just allow me to complete. Ankur made one right point, that if there is a residual money, it can still go to the children. But bank does not recognize that the residual money can still be given to the children. Banks or institutions still recognize that this money will be given to the children only when I dispose of the property. And that's not something that the institutions are actually willing to really do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. I just loved there were 3-4 learnings for me. One idea, you need to unlock willingness to pay. I think India, the largest problem you're trying to solve is willingness to pay. And there are other kickers which can come in, which is reverse mortgage, GST benefits, and insurance kind of coming and playing a role. And that was the most interesting learning for me. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
There is a small token of appreciation for all of you. I request our moderator to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation from the Asli family as a gesture of gratitude to all our panelists on stage. All have a group picture together. Okay, so now we'll capture everyone in one frame. I request all of you guys to kindly step forward. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's have the biggest round of applause. Well, if you guys have had an insightful panel discussion, thank you so much for sharing your valuable thoughts. It was quite an interesting session. Only if there was more time left, we could have taken more questions and interacted more. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you. Thank you to the moderator. Thank you. Okay, so now quickly moving on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for all of us to welcome one of our gold sponsor, who's Bridge Health. We have Mr. Karan Verma, the CEO from Bridge Health, who's going to be giving a quick presentation for all of us. Let's clap as loudly as possible, everybody audience, and let's welcome Mr. Karan to take over the stage.
amazing energy level on the stage. I'd like to start with just 2 points. Number one, it's often said that in India, healthcare can only improve if we do more investments, and that's obviously in some ways true. But we should also ask if that always works. US invests about 20% of their GDP in healthcare. And we should ask ourselves if that's the only model that will work for India. If you see all the factors, if you look at obesity levels, if you look at diabetes, if you look at cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer's, all of them are moving adversely in the US so far, despite a lot of investments. So the question is that the right healthcare model? Number two, I think in India in the last 20 years, there's been a lot of investment, including PE investments, in core healthcare, hospitals, etc. And that's absolutely needed for emergency care. But we have to ask ourselves, should what is called as the OPD services and primary care services only be a part of hospitals? With that vision, with the vision of saying, can we build greater trust and solve for the trust deficit and the gap in healthcare by building a very strong primary care and preventive care organization? That is the goal and purpose of Bridge Health. We formed about 5 years back. The company is backed by Chris Gopalakrishnan, who is one of the founders of Infosys, as you would know. And he strongly believes that while we are continuing to invest in the core healthcare, which is hospitals and building capacity there, we need to have organizations like Bridge Health, which can partner and go where care needs to be delivered outside of hospital, whether it is at home, whether it is in clinic inside senior living, or inside residential complexes. So that's really the goal. And we've built a tech stack and clinical protocols to solve for that. For example, we've been partners with Primus for the last 2 years, and we've really learned so much and even built protocols bottoms up. One of the things to quote is that we were able to reduce falls, which is one of the biggest issues that elders see, by 90% by implementing a protocol, freedom from fall. And we are continuing to look at investing more in technology and AI to see how we can solve these issues further. So very excited to be here and love to speak to all of you to see how Bridge Health can partner and be a health companion for life for all our elders in the various facilities that we are creating and the capacity we are building. Thank you so much.
Okay, so it's quickly time for all of us to pay attention on the screens as we're going to be taking a look of all our proud gold sponsors, where without their support, this event wouldn't have been this successful. So all eyes glued on the screen, and let's take a look.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60+ हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Make your senior years the golden years of your life.
Primus Senior Homes is a happy community of vibrant and active senior citizens. This community is built on the pillars of care, convenience, and comfort. At Primus, seniors participate in various cultural and social events along with other like-minded people in the community. They laugh, play, exercise, and hang out with their friends. They boldly embrace active, healthy, and a fun life where they thrive in their golden years. After all, age is just a number.
At Serene Communities, belonging is more than a feeling. Our retirement homes are crafted with love, care, and attention. Here, Happiness finds seniors in every moment, whether over a cup of tea or in between a tennis match. As India's most loved continuing care retirement community with over 1,700 residences and 10 active communities. Every space we build for care is built with love. And every day, we're here to help seniors live well with positive aging.
Welcome to Bridge Health.
Let's have the biggest round of applause to all of our gold sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. And now, moving on, it's time for us to welcome Mr. Arindam, our another gold sponsor from Jagrati Dham, to quickly give a presentation for all of us. Let's welcome him with the biggest round of applause.
Yeah, thank you so much. Quickly, thank you so much, ASLI, for this opportunity. We from eastern part of India, Kolkata, we have set up 1.5 years back the most luxurious senior living facility. We plan to scale this up. As good to be over here, we want to partner up with a lot of tech companies, a lot of service providers, because Kolkata market and the West Bengal market is a big market. At least in Kolkata, I can tell you 20 lakh elders are now living. Every day we are getting queries from not only from the West Bengal community, but also from the neighboring states like Jamshedpur, Bhubaneswar, Guwahati. They don't mind shifting to Kolkata for their for the elder care living, but there are very limited players. So I request everyone with all different kind of elder care solutions. I was talking to ASLI also that if you can come to the eastern part of India, there's a big opportunity in terms of business, in terms of service, and Jagrati Dham, which is an initiative of Infinity Group, we would love to host you over there. Thank you for this opportunity. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so before we move on, we're going to be having Dr. Vinod K. Paul join us virtually. But before that, I request all of you guys to kindly have a breakout of 20 minutes. We're going to be having a coffee tea break. So I request all of you guys to kindly refresh yourselves and come back to the same hall at .12 p.m. And also collect your delegate badges at the registration desk. Thank you. Enjoy your sip of coffee and teas. And I will see all of you guys back here right at 12 p.m. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, attention. 1, 2, 3. Everybody. I am visible, right, to all of you guys? Yes, yes. Let's have all of you guys please get seated. Please get settled. Okay, all the backbenchers, people at the back, I request all of you guys to kindly get seated, kindly get settled, please. This is the last announcement. The group over there, I request all of you guys, please get seated. All of you guys can network during lunch break, but as it's a packed schedule with minute to minute, we're going to be sticking to the time. We are already running a little late, so we're going to be resuming the Roundtable 2 discussion for all of you guys. Let's have all of you guys kindly get seated. Okay, so welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'm assuming that everybody is refreshed and energized with your sip of coffee and teas. Yes? No? Maybe? You know, it's always the first benchers who are always participative. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. You're the only one, you know, who's just seeing me, answering me. But all the backbenchers like me, no, they're all just like lost in their world. All the backbenchers, are you guys with us? Okay, so everybody is energized and refreshed. Okay, so quickly moving on to the Roundtable 2, the topic for today right now is called Investing in Senior Care, the Private Capital Opportunity. Well, we are extremely thrilled to unveil the powerhouse panel for our upcoming discussion, which is going to be on investing in senior care, the private capital opportunity. The recent startup and funding boom in the space reflects excitement around the senior care that is already a $7 billion plus market growing at 20%. Well, this session will focus on investor perspectives and how do they view the Silver's opportunity. So get ready for the thought-provoking insights and visionary perspectives from the industry leaders who are going to be shaping the future of senior care management. It gives me great honor to be welcoming the moderator here for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So please help me in welcoming on stage Ms. Thara Singh Wachani, Executive Chairperson from Anthara Senior Care, to take over the stage. Hi, a very warm welcome to you. And quickly, up next, let's welcome the panelists to join me on stage. Mr. Prashant Prakash, Founding Partner, Axel Member, National Startup Advisory Council, Government of India Chairman, Vision Group of Startups, Government of Karnataka Chairman, and Unboxing, Bangalore Foundation Chairman. United Way, Bengaluru, oh my God. Had to really take a breath, huh? So let's welcome Ms. Priya Mohan, Partner, General Catalyst, to take over the stage for all of us. Let's clap, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap, clap, clap. A very warm welcome to you. Let's welcome Ms. Pavitra Shankar, Managing Director, Brigade Enterprise Limited, to join us on stage. And lastly, Dr. Rana Mehta, Partner and Leader Healthcare India. Over to Ms. Thara Singh, and over to you.
Super good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to see such an action-packed room with action-packed conversations. We don't have a lot of time for the very interesting panel that we have that come from different and diverse backgrounds. So before I start with my questions, may I ask each of you to please introduce yourself in the context of why being here today is important to you and the journey you have had professionally that has made you interested in this space to begin with. And then I will take over to ask.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here. I think it's amazing to see how it's grown. I've been at a couple of Asli conferences. I can't believe how big the room has got. So I think our basic interest is a couple of years we did a report on how do you catalyze senior care in India. And I think everyone in the room practically was interviewed that time. And it's great to see in 2.5 years where we've gone. But the government has also adopted some of that and made it as the cornerstone. I think when we are looking at senior care, I think the whole ecosystem growth, how does it grow, how does it become? Because we've seen how healthcare has come in the last 5 years. There was a pre-COVID, there's a post-COVID. How can we catalyze this? And that's what excites me about today.
Super, thank you. Yeah?
Thank you for having me. Extremely excited. This is my second Asli. This space is deeply personal for me, as it is for almost all of us, right? I have a 16-year-old daughter and a 73-year-old mother. So I'm bang smack in the middle. And you see how the agency is very different between the three stakeholders, right? And when we started thinking about senior care, the first thing that struck me was, and I've been an edtech entrepreneur, how there is agency between the parent and the child. Here there's a disbursement of agency between the child and the parent, and how they think differently. And in a world which is growing so fast with technology, with AI, I see my mother at 73 still driving, extremely active. But, you buy her a wearable, she's never charged it, right? But she's always on a WhatsApp. She's always on a YouTube. This is a generation which is catching up, but still holding on to nostalgia, right? So there's this whole concept of agency, which actually made us think as to how do you create, and you can't trivialize it calling a product, how do you create a solution? How do you create something for this generation, which is going to be the most important generation in India, and a growing generation, which gives them this agency? And to think about it, you can't do it in the traditional venture models or the traditional boundary conditions, and Prashant knows this better than anybody. And you need to think outside the box. So that's what excited me about this space.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to be here. So I'm Managing Director of Brigade Group, Pavitra. We have actually done a couple of senior living communities, or I would say we have one functioning senior living community. We've looked at this space 3 to 4 times earlier, even as early as the mid-90s, and found that we were too early in the space to really sort of scale up. And we've kept trying to address the space over and over again. And it's incredible to see how large the ecosystem is today and the kind of excitement and expectations there are of this sector. So as a real estate developer, we focus a lot on Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, South Indian cities. And interestingly, this is also where there is maximum sort of uptake of senior living communities. So I think this is something Brigade wants to look at very closely. In the past, we've I would say we are still experimenting with getting it done the right way. We are investing in land, we are investing in construction, we're approaching it like a typical real estate project, and it is anything but a typical real estate project. So that's the kind of journey that we are on today. How do you understand what the end consumer wants? And sometimes it's not just the people who are living there, but their children who are buying from you. How do we expand this ecosystem to more of a renting versus then buying? For real estate, that's a very different way for a developer to think. So, I'm excited to meet everyone in this space and also understand how it's evolved from the last couple of times that we've tried to interact with it. So, looking forward to the discussions today.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is my first Asli conference. The trajectory of my life has been that every 5-10 years I've shifted my focus onto something new, and the last 3-4 years it's been, whether we like it or not, this term health span or longevity. Context, I think, I've been really looking at what's the paradigm for health in our country, and is this whole medicine 2.0 going to undergo a transformation faster in India than any other place to medicine 3.0 and precision medicine and some of these. And it will not, like what Priya and a lot of us focus is, it has to be done not by incumbents, but by new entrepreneurs and new folks, right? So, so that's my interest. Really, now that preventive care and proactive care has gotten redefined in this world of multi-omics and precision medicine. We don't have, fortunately in India, a health system that is totally compromised by insurance yet. So we have the opportunity to kind of accelerate innovation in this new paradigm of health, and where you can apply it most is for geriatrics and at least these are folks who are in the last stages, and if you can, I mean, it's not good to kill them with more and more drugs. So if we can do a different paradigm there, I think it will be most advantageous, and the leverage is the highest in my mind from a human pain perspective. So that's my interest in this space.
And Prashant, I'll, if you can keep the mic with you, and we'll start a bit of the discussion around there. You are known for, being a out-of-the-box VC, and the fact that you are, talked about how you are seeing aging and health. What would it take for anybody in this room who wants to raise capital is in the senior care space and that ecosystem? And Dr. Mehta, I'll come back to you about that ecosystem. What would it take for you to say, okay, I will write a check for this person? What is it that you, as a trendsetter in the VC world, are looking for in an organization or an idea that would make you interested?
So I'm looking for ideas that really are not 1x better, 2x better, right? Ideas that are transformational. And today in India, we have the science and the IP and the engineering capability to define some of this for global benchmarks, right? So, and I gave some examples of why Medicine 3.0, I'm so bullish that it's going to happen from India at scale, as much of a possibility of that than somewhere else globally, right? Similarly, I think in all kinds of, I mean, there are diagnostic and, very, very lightweight, quick scan, quick diagnostics, low radiation, high leverage devices. And a lot of these medical devices also are going to come from India, right? So that's great. Then the whole idea of concierge medicine, right? So there are people who can afford concierge medicine, but there is nobody who's defined a service that longitudinally tracks, has both the technology and the capability to longitudinally track the data, be data-driven in terms of how you engage. I mean, a lot of technologies have to come together, and like I said, it's a very unique space where you need deep science, you need good engineering for devices and good technology, and of course you need great entrepreneurs who can take it to market and kind of integrate. It's not about integrative medicine, it's about how you integrate all these different modalities together. So there's opportunities everywhere, and today I've funded about 3-4 companies in different areas here, but they're all early stage, and also just recently got started with a company called BioPeak, which is hopefully will integrate a lot of these, because you've got to take it to market, and initially take it to market, and there'll be different layers of go-to-market, right? So you'll have offerings that will be about, I'm thinking, it's the whole idea of a family health office, right? So if you redefine family health office in India, everybody's today is paying for a wealth manager with anybody even above, let's say, 50 lakhs in yearly income as a wealth manager. So why can't you have a health manager? And it's redefining of health at multiple levels. It will take time, but I think a lot of entrepreneurial opportunities across the board.
Super. So I think your vision in tech, longevity, health, diagnostics, so anyone who's thinking of that, you know who to come and talk to. Priya, to you, you did probably the largest seed investment in this space, which this year actually. And what was the sort of catalyst to do it? I know you talked about the real life reasons that you're interested in this space, but as an investor, what were the feeding points for you to take that decision, and what are you forecasting in the whole capital markets, investor, private capital space in the entire senior care ecosystem?
So Tara, I think as an investor, you have to consider 3 important points. One is, the most important is, no matter how good your intent is and your PMF is and everything, the timing has to be right. And we truly believe that there is an inflection point in the Indian market today, not just from an affordability perspective, but really from and internalization as to how important the recognition of this segment as an independent, important segment which is growing and is meaningful in the diaspora is something which is the most, seen now than it was before. The second part is the customers themselves started by, there's not a single friend of mine or a single person I know who do not worry about, and the common thing is, I don't pick up my parents' calls and I'm busy, but when is that SOS call, right? That this disconnect and the concept of nuclear families and the challenges that it brings. And the third part is, like Prashant said, technology. Today, we've got immense amount of data and technology for this concept of continuous care. When we were, doing the thesis, actually, it's like we always see the tip of the mountain before the climb. I think there was a lot of time, there was a lot of hard work before we took the call on this. And the first thing we realized is we cannot take this approach as a typical venture capital fund. That's why, our merger with General Catalyst helped, because as a platform, we think about it as venture beyond. We're very comfortable taking bets on industries where we can structurally make a difference with capital, network, and taking a long play. Yeah. So that's a big distinction, and I have to be honest, because I'm not sure I could have had the same advantage had I been in a typical venture startup. The second thing is our thesis was focus on active seniors, then going into inactive seniors, because there's a lot of great people here already solving for inactive seniors, be it in dementia or, other care or hospice and everything. But we said there's this whole bunch of active seniors, and what are the three pillars of trust for these seniors? It's home, health, wealth, right? And I see this in my parents, I see this everywhere. So if you leave health and wealth, which are to specialists, home is a very important space. How do you make home a destination for trust and becoming an anchor, because that's a place of comfort, community where they have their friends, and build, solutioning. And I'll specifically use the word solutioning to Prashant's point. It's very unique. I really look for founders who are able to visualize and tell me the story of the customer. This is a very unique customer. You can't come and say, hey, I have this great app, and it might be the best for these folks, but do you really know the signs of these folks, how they operate, what are they have a very different life compared to us. So I really look for that meaningful customer insight and that conviction and the ability to solution. I think that's the word I would use, right? You can have all the technology. How do you solution something that, empowers your customer?
Super, thank you for that. And, you talked about the value of home. I think each one of us here can relate to it, irrespective of what we do. And therefore, Pavitra, segueing to you, you've created these homes. You've been able to do it for a long time, and you have seen, I'm assuming, trends change, decision-making change, influences change. Could you talk to us a little bit about how that change has happened? What have you seen? And with all the action in the sector, what more do you see as potentially influencing that change when it comes to the concepts and quality of home?
So while the sector is very different, I run a very large residential real estate business. This is one subsection of that, but it is extremely different. But what is actually the same is that still the core is that you're building real estate. And you can't go too far away from the fact that real estate is a very different kind of sector. So the underlying trust factor in terms of who you're buying from, who is developing for you, will you get your product on time? And time naturally is a huge, even bigger factor here. So will you get your product on time, and what is it going to be? So our experience was, and I think it will still continue to be the same, is that the typical sales cycle is not the same for senior living. Someone wants to know that the project is coming up, that is going to be delivered, and who is going to be managing that project in terms of providing all of the services. So I think that itself is a huge mindset shift, and that's why many real estate developers who are in the typical real estate space find it a challenge to do senior living, because the entire business model is different. But still the core is the same, where you have to establish that trust. In our experience, a lot of the people who either want to live in our communities or are looking for their parents to live in the communities. They also, this was surprising to us. They still wanted to trust Brigade, even though we had no experience running a senior living community, but they just trusted the brand. And for us, that was a big eye-opener. They were happy with us providing the services, even though we hadn't necessarily done it before, because there's a high trust factor. But I think what is helpful is that today there are many other platforms and many other, operators who can come in and run and manage the space. But on the developer side, there is still always this, reticence about it, because you are lending your name to that project and it will continue to be branded whoever you are, and then operated by, another provider. So I think that is where the trust factor is still a huge aspect of it, while many other things have evolved, who the eventual customer is, what are the buying patterns, can we actually create a rental model in this space. I think that is one thing that has not necessarily been cracked at scale for many different reasons. We are too nascent for any kind of residential REIT in India because of the way interest rates are and so on. So, but that's the main thing that has to actually get cracked, the affordability of senior living across different spectrums. Today, I think there is a fairly large market in the more premium sort of senior living space, but how do you make it more accessible across the globe, across the spectrum? And that is something that we are trying to experiment with today. But if you get those two major factors, everything else I think will fall into place, because those two I think take up at least 2/3 of the entire decision making.
Have you been in front of investors and people looking at, have you been in front of a Priya, for example, or a Prashant over the last 2 or 3 years where you've had to talk about the space, and what have you heard back from them and what they're thinking about specifically the residences for senior space?
So no, I would say no, actually. We've not been too much in front of the VC space, because I think the real estate aspect of it is a little intimidating, I would say, or just very different. It's just a different animal altogether. But from our conversation earlier on, the real estate piece is what is difficult to scale. The operating piece is much easier too. So for someone in the VC space looking naturally to scale up, they would be looking at the service providing aspect of it rather than the physical space, which is the difficult thing to really sort of expand on.
Super, thank you. Dr. Mehta, we were talking before the panel and you mentioned you were overseas and you were having conversations about the entire private equity interest in the aging space, specifically in India. Please share some insights with us as to what you are seeing and hearing about the investor community and their interest levels and what they are looking for when it comes to signing that check for any player. And then I'll talk a little bit more about ecosystem as a whole.
No, thanks, Tara. I think it's important because, I think when private equity comes in, it really catalyzes growth because, the capital is available. We've seen that because if you look at the multi-speciality, single speciality, pre-COVID and post-COVID, it's a different era altogether. So I think, when I was in Singapore, I think one of the biggest advantages we have, and the session I did was, why has India become a sweet spot for private equity? What was the next session? Is China investable, right? So one victory for us, right? You don't need to do that. The second thing I think is that we always talk in India about the demographic dividend, right? So everybody assumes this is a young country, I should manufacture. Nobody talks that 300 million people are going to be above the age of 65. So that's the first thing. Senior care is below the radar, right? No one's heard of it. Everybody thinks, if I go in India, I'll only see young people, and that's not true, right? We're all getting to the next level. The second component, I think, is, before they really invest, they need to look at the business model, right? And I think in senior care, we've had multiple business models. We have a lot of success stories. But again, it's below the radar. Also, I think the third thing in India is that it's not one homogeneous country, right? We have 30 states, which could be 30 countries of the European Union. Each of them has it. So I think one of the proofs of scaling up would be Are you in Bangalore, but are you in Delhi also? Because North India and South India have very different requirements from that perspective. I think also they look at when there is a pull and not a push. I'm not going and selling. And people are coming and saying, you know, my father's turning 70, I need to start looking out. So that's one early indicator overall. And that's beginning to happen, I think, in India. I think for senior care, the most important component, I personally feel, is trust, right? So as people get older, you know, and we all deal with our parents, right? It's difficult, even they don't trust us sometimes. So I tell my mom, go get this done. And she'll say, oh, no, what do you know, right? So I think as we build our models, trust is very important. So I read this somewhere. Write your values in ink. Write your strategy in pencil. You could always change that. I think one of the learnings we have is leave the multi-speciality. The single specialities in India have scaled up, right? When I joined Apollo, I was part of Apollo in '97. We said we are a one-stop shop. Unbundling of the hospital space occurred. And we should look at that same thing. So eye care, you know, it never needed to be in the hospital, right? But whatever some of the principles they did it on are very important as we go look at senior care. One is that you look at an asset-light model. The second component is that you can reach operational efficiencies early. That's very important. Third is you use technology. So if you look at eye care, a very good example. Why is it possible? Because healthcare is about process, it's about infrastructure, process, and outcomes. But the doctor today, who actually post-MS 3 years, has the same outcomes on the cataract side. Not because he's more experienced, but he has technology. So I think that's one big building block. The other part, I think, is we've often, you know, done services as a pipeline, right? You know, there's demand on the other side. I'll push water from this side. Suddenly the demand dries up and, you know, I'm out in the NCLT, right? That shouldn't happen. So should we think of not as a pipeline, but as a platform? And when you grow, say that this is my core competence, right? If I'm in real estate, that's my core competence. I'm not going to do everything. Because then what happens is everything becomes suboptimal. The idea is, do you want to be the Amazon of senior care? And I think the technology part can't be overemphasized. We can keep talking about business models, but the tech players have showed us the business model is as good as the technology behind it. I think, you know, what success would count in senior care? I think being socially relevant, but economically efficient, which I think there is a mismatch. People think, you know, if you're socially relevant, you need to be funded by a trust. And I think, you know, Rajat was telling me that when do you think we can really celebrate we've come of age? I think the first $100 million investment. And I think it's got a greater emphasis than just India. If we crack this model in India, I think this will give us boundless opportunities in a borderless world.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Very insightful. Prashant, you talked about the ideas that motivate and drive you. You also have a network of, I'm sure, very interesting investors looking at various spaces in India. What is the conversation in your group around investing in the aging space?
So actually, I mean, Priya will also know this. Not much yet. I don't think I've seen a lot of venture investors, and two reasons. I think one, there's a still perception that there's a big real estate component in the model, and in this real estate component, you know, because there are no rental or REIT-like structures, you know, why would somebody want to get into an asset-heavy space? But I think there'll be more supportive startups, I think initially, and if they can take the shape of platforms, like you said, sir, I think it's more useful. You can't just, because it's going to be too small. If you're just providing one sliver of service, it's not going to be large enough. For example, I think functional foods, right, is a huge opportunity, but can you build a large enough business on just functional foods for seniors? I don't know. I don't know if we are there. Maybe yes, right? You know, there's functional foods for diabetic care, there's functional foods. I mean, seniors have a huge issue with protein, right? There's a big opportunity in, there's new protein, digestible protein types of foods.
seniors have a huge problem with targeted supplements, right? So, I mean, you can't just, based on your neurocognitive assessment, your vitamin D levels could be something else, right? Not the standard what somebody else takes as vitamin D. But who's going to help you in that targeted? So that's where I'm going back to precision medicine. I think there's a lot that's got to change in the idea of medicine itself for a lot of these services to work. But that's one area I think somebody can bundle some of these and kind of make sense of that. The second area that I think venture investors will get interested in is, if there is already a reasonably deployed user base of these homes and these, there'll be a lag here, right? So, I was just doing a quick Google, and today I guess it has to be Perplexity, not Google. But I just saw that when it comes to premium senior living spaces, Bangalore has maybe already 20-25 of different scales and sizes. So extrapolated to India, right? We have 250, let's say, in the next. So when you have a user base, when you have a targeted, then go to market becomes easier. So I think there's a little, you'll see maybe a little bit of build up of these communities. And once the communities are built up, I think there'll be layers of services or platforms that can then become interesting for VCs to fund.
Interesting, thank you. Priya, in your space, we talked about specifically, you taking the decision and the ingredients for home and the investment in that. What else are you seeing in the senior care ecosystem? So we've talked about specific medicine and longevity. We've talked about, obviously, the physical assets of home. What else are you seeing in the ecosystem that's generating some interests from people in the investing world?
We've seen a lot of people trying to solve for this, but like Prashant said, a lot of it lands up, while they're very important problem statements, because we have the benefit of getting paid to judge, and I say it with all humility, we have a certain vantage point. So you realize that many of these land up becoming point solutions. So the biggest worry is, can they actually drive the market, right? So lots of people doing marketplaces, lots of people doing very specific products for seniors, people doing IoT, people trying to figure out, precision medication, like Prashant said. So seen a variety of that. But let me also step back to talk about our side of the world. It's not just the entrepreneur's perspective in this. This is a very unique space. And there are multiple unique spaces like this in India. And I think investors like Prashant would understand this. The last 3 years, I have been personally thinking, like, if you look at venture investment in tech companies versus what are the industries which are going to drive GDP in the country, there's a mismatch. Which means the current model of even venture investing, if we were to drive some of those transformation, cannot happen in the current model. Like Rana said, private equity come, but they come after a certain scale. But it takes a while for you to achieve that certain scale, which means either you need to have had that personal wealth or patience, because the two levers are capital and time, right? Those are the only two levers. So once private equity comes, where they come in is from a financial angle. I feel, and I'm putting it out there, and happy to be challenged, we need to build mutants of PE and VC into this space. What I mean by a mutant is you have to come with a private equity mindset of being comfortable taking these bets which are slightly structurally different, but not come with just a financial measuring angle, but from a transformation angle, right? And that's what at GC, we actually not just do it in age tech, we are doing it in health. We are trying to figure out pay wider models, where if you have this kind of capital, can you actually incubate and create and structurally create some of these possibilities? But the math for many others won't work, unfortunately, right? Because ultimately, we have a fiduciary responsibility of going and delivering X returns, and that can come only when you scale fast or there's a certain IRR, right? So, did that answer?
Very, very well, and thank you for that. I think it'll get everyone to think and possibly pivot from what they are doing. To close our session, if you had to each write a check of your own, of your personal hard-earned money, I'm not going to say the check size. Let's leave that to your imagination. what would be the one thing, and it doesn't mean that there is an absence of others, but what would be the one thing that you would look for in the person or the entity or the idea or the organization asking you for that check? The one thing.
So it's very easy for me. We just did a large deal at Primus. I think I personally, this is my personal thing, I really look for customer insight. Really look for somebody who deeply understands the customer, because that is very pivotal in a space like this, and not somebody who says, I've created this product and let me figure out how to manifest that in the customer.
Thank you.
So I think I look for something what's incorporated in Asli. It's senior living and not senior care, because I think that is a very different component. Often, we just look at the care component of it, and that's, if you look at from a social determinant, that's only 20%. So I look at someone which can go on and keep scaling indefinitely, because the needs are going to change. As you mentioned, also clinically, we realize we're going to live much longer. But I think the more important time is your functional ability at 60 going to be the same than at 85? We all want to live long, but no one wants to be old. So those are the founding blocks I look at.
Expand a little bit on the differentiation in your mind of living and care.
So I think living is caring to every component. It's the whole ecosystem you can build. I'm not looking at a senior as a patient. The minute it comes as care, I start looking at him as a patient. So I need to look at every component so that which his functionality, both physical, mental, the financial, the residential, all those components come in. And how do you build a platform? Because this platform is just going to grow, because ultimately that 300 million will go to 400 million.
Thank you. Pavitra, if you can.
So again, from my perspective, which is more from the real estate side, everything that we've talked about is, having this, there has to be this foundation, for lack of a better word, and for lack of a real estate term. You have to still have the real estate. And I think that is what is really holding back the growth. If you're talking about having an ecosystem or a platform or whatever, how are you going to get the real estate to really work? And I think that requires a lot of financial innovation for developers like us to be able to do this at scale. So whether we find the right kind of capital partner who's willing to wait and have the, patience to invest. So the word that you're looking for, probably it's two words, but financial innovation, I think, is really important, because we need to figure out how we're going to do that and develop at scale, so that we can actually have these communities where many of these solutions have an opportunity to actually excel and scale there as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm very much in line with what Priya was saying in terms of how embedded and how deep and soaked they are in that space, and that would be a big criteria for me to put a personal check. The other thing I would look for is there a opportunity for building that IP from India for the rest of the world? I think because some of this may manifest first with that kind of opportunity than within India itself. There's this one last, concern a lot of VCs have about the senior citizen space, and I'll put it out there, that the toughest folks to get money out of are the senior citizens, right?
No, it's true.
So from a venture investor, how do you make money from people who don't want to give you money, right? Or you have to force them to give you money. So just, the whole push and pull kind of thing. I'm sure there is a lot of pull, but is there money coming with that pull, right? So that's my thought.
Super, thank you so much. I'm not going to attempt to summarize it, because I think it will be diluting the incredible intelligence and wisdom each of you have shared. But I will say that I've at least come out of this conversation very motivated, simply because we are at that trajectory and we are seeing that this is the next wave. And for a long time, that hope and the top of the mountain didn't exist for us, Priya. And I think that seeing what's happening in this space and these levels of conversations and dialogues and having a varied view of the sector is quite phenomenal and very energizing for me at least. So thank you so very much for your time today, and look forward to chatting more about this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I request the moderator to kindly hand over the small token of appreciation to honor panelists on stage, please. I request all of you guys to kindly step forward. We're going to be having a group photograph. Let's capture this lovely moment. Let's have all of you guys step forward. Okay, so this is what we call a picture perfect moment. Let's have the biggest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again for that insightful presentation, for sharing your valuable thoughts. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so quickly moving on, ladies and gentlemen, for the roundtable 3, where the topic is skill session building capacity to serve the human capital challenge. Well, care begins with people. The senior care industry relies on doctors, nurses, social workers, researchers, and volunteers to deliver its solutions. It also needs researchers and design thinkers to innovate new solutions. Why should someone be attracted to this industry, and how do we build the capacity to serve our seniors with the dignity they deserve? Well, this session focuses on what it will take to make the senior care a mainstream career path for professionals. And together, we pave the way towards a brighter future for senior care in India. And we are exhilarated to unveil the panel for our discussion on building capacity to serve the human capital challenge. So please help me in welcoming the moderator, Dr. Karthik Narayan, our Managing Director from Atulya Senior Care, to join us on stage. And also let's welcome the panelists, Dr. Shubnam Singh, Principal Advisor, Health Policy, CII Advisor and GC Member, HSSC. And let's welcome Mr. Mansoor Dalal, Founder and Chairman Emeritus, Asli Chairman, Common Age, Dr. Sanju Thomas Abraham, Managing Partner, TN Apex Skill Development Center for Healthcare, Nirupama VG, Managing Director at Astra Consultants. And quickly over to the moderator. Let's have the biggest round of applause for all of these fabulous people here on stage, everyone. Over to Dr. Karthik.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. I think while a broad introduction, but quickly let me do my justice to this team panelists. Welcome Dr. Shubnam Singh, Board Member, Healthcare Sector Skill Council and CII. Mansoor Dalal, Chairman, Common Age, Chairman Emeritus, Asli, Advisors, Standard Wise. Dr. Sanju Thomas, Managing Director, Tamil Nadu Epic Skill Development Center for Healthcare, and the panel A member for Queen Mary University, University of London. Welcome, Ms. Nirupama, MD at Astra, also founder of the top 3 HR consulting firms in India, such as Team Lease. Thank you for joining us today. So while the report is out, I don't know how many of you guys have read it. 20,000 beds today, 400,000 beds in the future, a $2 billion market opportunity, a $10 billion opportunity in the future. How are we going to address it? People, challenges. Just to give you a quick example, on an average, a 100-bed a senior care facility requires close to 100 to 120 people, majorly being caretakers, and clinical professionals, and administration. So close to 400,000 people in the future, human capital requirements, and how we're going to build capacity. So I've broken down into 5 themes so that we go deeper into keeping the audience in mind. First, how do we make this sector aspirational? How do we transform or unlock the human capital for senior care in India? Because while it is not a today it is, but how do we make it aspirational for young professionals to choose a career path in senior care? Dr. Shabnam, I'll start with you, and other panelists can please join in.
Thank you, Karthik, and I thank you, Asli, for giving me this opportunity. And I have to say, full marks to the growth of Asli. And 7 years ago, when we started with the CII Health Council on senior living, everybody looked at me and said, "What are you trying to do?" And to see this blossom in Asli in this way is fantastic. To your point and the aspirational need, I'll just roll back and share with all of you and perhaps link it to the previous conversation also. So 22 years ago, when I joined a company, Max Healthcare, we were supremely confident to be able to get people for healthcare. Let me tell you, it was the most difficult thing to do. Not only doctors and nurses, but the entire value chain. When we moved into senior care, the same story played out. The other consistent factor was, how do you attract people to join the workforce? How do you address their aspirational need? And here, I can't say it's unfortunate, but it's the truth of the matter. The underpinning of the aspiration in our country is motivated by the financial incentive. That is always top of the mind. That's point number one. Point number two is the attractiveness to leverage upon what they have learned here to go overseas. Again, indirectly, it is to the aspirational need to earn money to send it back home to the family. The second most important point is, and this is very pertinent to the senior care ecosystem, and that is the security of the individual, whether it is within the four walls of providing care in a hospital, nursing home, or a care system, or it is providing care for the at-home. Yes. What has changed from an aspirational perspective is the knowledge of the number of job roles that there are in healthcare. Earlier, 22, 24 years ago, societal acceptance for anybody to be in healthcare was limited to doctors and nurses. It did not come down the value chain, and Nirupama will bear me out in this. Today, thanks to everybody's collective efforts, as well as the birth of the various skills council, the gradual penetration into the market, as well into the mind space of people, of other equally valuable areas, have made it aspirational. So that is my short answer. Sorry. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Shabnam. If anything from any of the panelists on the same lines before I move into the next theme.
Thank you, Karthik, and thank you, Asli, for this opportunity. It's a very important question, and we are all looking at a set of community who are getting older, and they need to be valued. I think that's the crux of the matter. If they don't get valued, nor will they part with the money, I think emotionally also they may die faster, which may not help this industry in a very unique way. I'm saying that. So having said that, all of you know about Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA. He said something really meaningful some time ago, where he says he actually, when he went to the US, was washing the toilets. So if that is not aspirational, the level at which he's reached today is one of the top 10 richest persons in the US. I think what we need to really underpin here is that he did not feel it's a menial job. I think that's the first thing that anybody in the health sector needs to understand. he felt that he has to do that job extremely well. And he further went on to say, success depends upon resilience. And resilience depends upon character. And once you have the character, then obviously you will ensure that you take care of somebody well. I think money is definitely one part of it, and it's becoming an industry by itself. We need to value that. But having said that, if people have to have a dignity, self-respect, if people need to have a value-based society, then your service orientation needs to be extremely high. And in today's world, I think this industry is seeing B2B, B2C, domestic, international. So there is, I think, varied opportunities and exponential growth with which the industry is growing. And a lot of us will be senior citizens very soon. So the important thing is to how we see our future, and how we want to shape our future will also be important, which means we need to educate the present set of people, which I think you all are doing in a big way. So not only from a skills perspective, but also from a character and value perspective, so that this industry becomes a unique industry which can offer value, not necessarily with a profit motive, but also keeping the health of the people in mind. So people can have several job opportunities, be it domestic or international, and they can also scale organizations. So the important thing to keep in mind is that whatever job you do it with care and with passion, in this industry specifically. So that to me would be more critical.
Thank you. This is my first Asli conference, and I should thank Dr. Karthik for inviting me over here and sharing the panel with my mentor, Shabnam ma'am. It's a true privilege. And ma'am has already coined the two important problems in the sense being aspirational, and second, the security issue of it. So I'll just give an example. We have, as a state, we have trained almost 20 lakh people last year. But if you ask me how many in this particular segment, it's totally negligible. It was difficult for us to get, first of all, candidates to undertake this particular training program. But what really inspired me that, of course, we can get more candidates to take up this program was when we had an advertisement going out for job roles, care worker job roles in Israel. So we have a target of only 250 people, but we had 1,500 people applying for it. When I thought about it, there's war going on in this particular country, security is at stake, people are supposed to go to a different nation. They didn't mind any of those things, but they were prepared to take up the program. So I always wondered, what is that one thing, what is lacking? Like ma'am exactly said, maybe the financial component of it, maybe the lacking component, which we can discuss further.
Dr. Sanjay, you brought an important point. I want Mansoor Bhai to please go deeper into this. Other sectors have seen it, especially the healthcare, the hospital sector, where jobs have become very aspirational, one, from a dignity respect. Second, also the international opportunities that nurses, doctors, or the general duty assistants that worked in hospitals have. Why not with us? Because they want a career path and they want to grow beyond working for a senior living or a senior care facility. Mansoor Bhai, if you can spend some time on the international opportunities and how do we integrate with our current working environment, please, if you can.
Right. Absolutely, and I've always wondered, that we are talking of capital, funding, so and so forth, and I always wonder that all this perhaps can be achieved, reverse mortgage, get the finance capital in, but what are we going to do with the human capital? That's something which has always struck me, that this is something we need to, whether it's a pipeline, it's a platform, but I don't know how we're going to address that, and the numbers are daunting. If we have to reach what is the, let us say, the projection by all of us here to reach that particular level of penetration of 1.3 to 6 perhaps, we will get the funding to do that, but do we have the human capital? And coincidentally, I just came across an Economic Times article today, 2 days back actually, job opportunities and employability shaping India's workforce. Now this says that a survey was done, and it says here that in the next decade, 24.8% of the workforce will go overseas. And that is what is the question that we need to address. And actually, who are we to come between the aspirations of the youth? We cannot. It's, if we can make the sector workable, aspirational, that's only when we'll be able to keep the workforce with us. I'll very quickly tell you, Dr. Karthik, that I have been fortunate as chair of Common Age to travel across many, many countries across the Commonwealth. And believe you me, friends, in each and every country and each and every community in that country, be it Samoa, be it Auckland, be it Adelaide, Canberra, anywhere, you name it, there are Indians working there in the senior living sector. I only go in senior living and assisted living sector and dementia. I only work pro bono in the senior living space. I don't do anything else. So everywhere I see Indians. And that's when I keep wondering what's going to happen to my country when we need them back here. And how are we going to address that situation? And you know, the conversion rate, as we discussed about remittance overseas, it's too attractive. Imagine, you pay somebody over here a maximum of perhaps £300 per month, while over there it's £100 per day. So how do you match that? So we came across this global. So we are doing something which is something which I would like to share with you, friends. We are part of a global, like-minded force which we have come together globally, most of the countries, and we are trying to address this, what is called the ethical migration of workforce. I'm part of that, and I like to coin acronyms like Asli, Naklika Asli. So Association of Senior Living India. So I have coined this acronym for this group called Elder Care. ELDER Care. It's educate. So you educate the caregiver. Learn. He or she interns with a community in India. But then only he or she can demonstrate the D of the elder by internship and the certification course that any training institute can give, or skill development institute can give. E is earn. And then he or she has interned for 2 years in India. He or she goes overseas to earn. And the R is return. So it's elder care. Earn, learn, educate, learn, demonstrate, earn, and return. And this is where we are working, along with the communities, which are the host communities across the seas, and our providing training centers here, and governmental intervention, that it's limited time that they go there and they return, and we send somebody else. So we at least capture the workforce. And when they return with that experience, they have an aspirational line of sight, because they are returning to a country back after some time, after 5 years, by which the country has grown, and there is more managerial positions available for them to be absorbed in. I have my colleague here, Femida Shamam, who's Vice Chair of Common Age. She started off as a social worker in the organization, and today she's the CEO of that organization, which takes care of 5,500 elders. So this can happen. But we need to create the ecosystem. I hope I've answered that.
Thank you, Mansoor Bhai. While I was thinking, I thought, speaking on behalf of my fellow industry friends, it takes a lot of effort, money, resource, time to hire people, train them, get them on board on the skilling aspect, retain them. It is a cost that not many of us can continue to do that, right? If you just look at the caretaker, the GDA, the general duty assistant, which are the major chunk of our employee workforce, it costs close to 35,000-40,000 for us, just a recruitment cost per employee, because almost 3 months of internship and accommodation, food, welfare, and they would leave in the middle of the year. So if our panelists can spend some time and tell us what are the learnings from other sectors. And second, I mean, this is not our job to sit and train. I mean, we are not an education institute. We should be putting our money, our expensive private equity money into the business, building the business, while we're struggling to get people, train them, retain them. So if you can break down into two pieces, what are the learnings from other sectors? And the second part, what are the government programs or incentives available to accelerate our efforts? Ultimately, we are going to be creating a lot of jobs if the panelists can.
So Karthik, it's like saying the elephant in the room for growth. Human capital in this sector is really the elephant in the group. And related to the earlier session where Priya, Prashant all mentioned this piece, it's ripe for disruption. Whenever you want to have change in any piece, if you address it to children and get a trust factor from senior citizens, you will have change in society. The two ends. And if you look at what Nirupama brought out, why should I touch urine and stool? It's not as if the nurse does not touch the urine and stool. It's not as if the doctor does not touch the urine and stool. But societally, it is acceptable. Rather, they're revered for the fact that they do it, but not other workers. So when you start working with children, telling them about job roles, showing them the importance, you're gradually bringing in a societal change. As far as senior citizens, and I'll stop here and address what you said. As a promoter, you are not in the business of doing education. For you, circular mobility is the answer, right? And in the process of circular mobility, you have to look at what government has, but you all are not making it happen. Sanju can walk you through the apprenticeship programs, right? And from a service provider's perspective, for a time being, it's a transformational point. You will have to learn to live with the fact people will come and go. People will come and go. And in the meantime, the disruption that will be required is, and I foresee this happening sooner than later, and that is robos are going to come into play a huge part in care, because for the same reason, I don't want to touch urine and stool. How it's woven, what kind of disruption, it will come. And then gradually senior citizens will start adopting, and then this ecosystem will change. It's going to take time. It's not going to happen overnight, because you can't afford the kind of financial compensations that they are seeking, right? So that evolution has to take place with time only.
Probably I'll add to this. As a state, what we are doing is that we are getting into the schools right from the 6th standard, giving them some aspirations of working as a care worker or the GDA or home health care. The results are to be seen. But there's another thing, as a government, what we do is we train almost 20 lakh people every year. And for this, we need to get from the industry what you need and how many people you need and what is the training you need. And I totally agree with Karthik when he said, no, the industry need not get into the training. We are here for training, but let us know what is the requirement as such, and we'll be happy to do that. So the most pressing point will be, if, as an industry, if you all can come together and let us know this is the number which is required, we'll be more than happy to do that training component for you and give back the trained people. Because there's 20 lakh people who may train in other industry. The most important challenge for us is to get them placed. So we have done the training according to the industry requirement. Industry has come to us, asked for the requirement, and we have trained according to their requirement. So very well we can do the same back in this particular industry also. But Sharing one of the best practices, what we have, just adding to your elder thing, we do everything except the R component of it. The reason being, so we are doing a program for nurses where we do a finishing school in that final year internship for 3 months, and we have our partnering hospitals who absorb these particular nurses for 2 years. In this 2 years, we give additional 2 hours per day, apart from the normal hospital duty, where we do country-specific training for them. And at the end of 2 years, they go abroad, but they never return back. So for which I'll give another example. I spoke to one of the people who is placed again in Israel. So how the rule works there is you go in a 3-year contract, and which can extend to another 2 more years. After that, it can extend only if that particular person whom he is giving care doesn't pass away. So that person was saying to me, like, my only prayer is that, this person should live long enough so that I can stay back in this particular country. So coming back is a big challenge, especially the financial component of it. But if we can think of a career growth from, like Shabnam ma'am said, this will definitely work. So the career pathway is so important. They don't find this aspirational. I think you as an industry should make it aspirational. If we can do anything in that, if we have to conduct more of the workshops or whatever is required, please do let us know. And as a state, we do have a good number of A&M candidates. And for us, we do get almost 500 to 600 people who are unemployed every year. So I think these are one of the best people whom you can employ, plus GDA candidates through short-term skilling. So a couple of programs we can definitely do.
Thank you.
Just to add to what you said, you don't want to throw P and VC money into the water, right? And it's not an easy thing to retain people. First, let's understand that and acknowledge so we know then what needs to be done. I'll just kind of step back a little bit to talk about evolution of jobs in India specifically. So initially, I'm sure all of you know, most people who are not entrepreneurs wanted government jobs. Not having a government job was seen as a stigma. Then later we had private sector, largely the railways, public sector rather, the railways, then the banks, and then the private sector. And it came to a stage when people said if you're in a government job, they look down upon you rather than a private sector job. And private sector jobs become high paying. From private sector jobs, temp jobs was looked upon very differently. People thought that, getting a temp job is, there's a huge stigma attached to it. That is changing in a big way. The industry is really growing big. And to add to all this, I think the background verifications of people is extremely important because you select them, then you find that there's something has gone wrong in terms of their character or criminal record. That also adds to it. So when we are really looking at human capital, and to add to what he said, if government is also supporting in a lot many ways to train the people, I think attracting people will become easier. And you quoted the Israel example, and I was on my flight to Israel about a few years back, and I saw half the flight was with caregivers. First time I heard the word caregivers. I used to think it's caretakers, and they called it caregivers. And most of them came from Northeast, and the kind of salaries they were talking to me, it was a B2C model, and I was just thinking, why would they stay in the country? Because they looked after well. So when I came back from Israel, I still saw a huge set of people on the flight. And I was pretty surprised, for Indians to kind of move abroad for jobs like this. And since we do a lot of work on the health sector, be it pharma, be it hospitals and otherwise, we also do a lot of nursing. So one particular hospital in US is looking at 50,000 nurses. So there is a huge demand. And the same applicable to India, right? People are looking at this industry where they can really kind of grow. And I think it's onus on government and private sector and the companies together to kind of educate and bring out that. I think the industry, the very fact that there's an association like that, it's getting into industry status, thanks to you all. Asli, one of the founders, so I think slowly it's getting an industry status, and then people then feel proud to belong to that industry. So I think it's a question of evolution. You may not have stigma attached to it anymore. It's just the way we position it. That would be my view.
Thank you, ma'am.
What's really happening is that we will need to triangulate in the sense that the workforce demand is acute across the world. It's not only here. And because it is acute across the world, and unless we can quickly make it aspirational here in India, we will lose the narrative completely, believe me. And with the rupee and the conversion that we have of many currencies, it's going to be an uphill task. So unless we make it aspirational in a manner that you're going to do the same job overseas, right? So the only differential is the money, correct? So if we can make it in the sense that, we allow you to go and earn there, but you need to return. The R is extremely important. And we need to create that ecosystem of R, and that's why there has to be that ethical migration where the providing country is not shortchanged. You'll be surprised, ma'am, is that let's say in a country like Philippines, which is a big provider of caregivers across the world, there is the government of Germany has opened an institute in Philippines, teaching them German, training them there, and taking them over to Germany. This is happening as we speak. So it's a matter of time. And unless we gear ourselves up and work out our situation where we allow them to go, but we come down with a hook that they have to return, like how you said, if a person dies, then he has to return. So there are systems that we are working on where we go for a specific work permit. It's not PR, like permanent residence. You can't do that. It's a specific work permit, you need to return. And that can only happen if the corresponding community is in partnership correctly.
I just want to share 2-3 things over the years that we have done, right? Number one, to your point, sir, in the GATS service contracts, the recipient country is supposed to give back money to the provider country. That has not happened. It has not been reinvested into healthcare. So we are fighting for years of backlog that the revenue has come into the books of Government of India, but it has not come into the health sector per se. I'm sure there'll be a mechanism for that. Secondly, to your point of return, and I think I'd like to leave it with your permission, Karthik, with the audience. Given the kind of population that we have, even if a certain percentile of them stay back, and this is exactly what happened with doctors and nurses, it's not a bad thing. Why? Because it's aspirational for the people who have been left behind to come into the sector. Right? So somebody went. How proud was India when Kamala Harris stood for becoming president, right? And so on and so forth. You will find plenty of examples. Issue here is how do you make it aspirational and how do you compensate them and give them that feeling of security they're in the right place? From the sector skill councils, we work with each and every embassy overseas to ensure that they are given the appropriate visas and the choice. And this has happened with Japan 2 years ago. Currently, it has happened with Australia. We are negotiating with OECD countries on this, that they are given visas to stay on for the next 4 to 5 years, to the point very rightly pointed out by Nirupama, that in case the person passes away, this person went in an aspiration, I'm going to get so much of money back, and the person passes away and they're left high and dry, that covers it. So here, we are hugely dependent on all of you to give us inputs of how to push this and move the needle. But we must not be fearful that they will leave. Also, last thing, kindly make sure that whatever, it's always been my appeal, whatever training you give, make sure there is enough space for lateral movement. If the person is not happy in healthcare, they can move into hospitality, they can move into other places. In the initial days of the hospital sector, we took people from hospitality. So bear that in mind. Where else can they move? Don't lose them.
Dr. Sharman, such an important point. I am a beneficiary and with the guidance of the Skill Development Council at a center and state level, guys. So I highly encourage operators, service provider, product developers from the respective state to reach out to the respective skill development centers in their states and tell them how many jobs we can observe and create, right? That's the way the industry size will be represented in their eyes. Otherwise, it's going to be here and we will move on. So I am a beneficiary thanks to the state and the central government for subsidizing to some level of our recruitment and training costs. So I hope you guys will do the same. Moving on to the last question, and we will wrap up after that with some questions. What is the role of technology in training in making the whole skilling part efficient? Of course, there is some of the things that I've come across is the use of virtual reality, simulation training. That's one aspect I've seen. From your experience, Dr. Sanju and Nirupama and the rest, Dr. Shabnam and Dr. Mansur, quickly, if you can spend some time on what's the role of technology in skilling, how can it drive efficiency for all of us?
Quickly, I think all of us know technology is playing a very huge role. HR tech companies are preparing themselves where you can do all kinds of recruitment, from pin code recruitment to age-related recruitment, whatever you want to do. And most importantly, I think tech can help from a robo to anything possible. The good news for India is that you all might know that only 8% of the population is in the employment, the organized employment sector. Out of the 8%, less than 3% is in the private sector. So we have, less than 3% in the private sector, out of the 8%, not out of the 1.44 billion population. So you can imagine the number of people who are available, who can be trained remotely using tech, and everybody can benefit from that. So we really don't need to worry, like she rightly pointed out, if few of them stay back also, that few is running in crores for us, right? And public sector is about 5.77 and private sector is about 2.5 or something. So we are very, very minuscule organized sector. So there's a huge scope for technology to come in and for people to get trained. Even remote training is possible. So I feel that will have a huge impact on the human capital.
So as a state, there's a couple of investment which we have done as far as technology is concerned, the most important being our partnership with IIT Madras into simulated based training. So what we are telling our training partners is that don't invest on any of the technology related training requirement, even simulators. Now we as a state can do that, or we can bring that to your place and we can do the training. So, and we grow on it as per the requirement. So again, we rely much on the industry to tell your requirement so that we can custom make the present training program what we have, and we can put more of the technology into it. But we have few very successful models using VR and AR, and I'll be happy to share with anyone who's interested and share the good practices what we have in technology-based training.
Thank you. We are running to the closure. I would open to any one question. Do we have time for a? Okay, great. So time for questions. Ready and shoot. If someone can please pass on the mic. We'll go from left to right, or okay, right to left.
Hi. First of all, this is a very sensitive subject that you people are discussing. Being into home healthcare segment and working since last 6-7 years, I don't have a particular question, but I have few suggestions or few things which I have learned after meeting 4,000 plus people who are normally caregivers. So first of all, I can say that, I can clearly say that, and very few people can object into it, that we are sitting on a time bomb of manpower, whether it is nurses or it is caregivers, because the population which is rising, and against the population, the people who are working are relatively less, and they are reducing day by day because of other opportunities in various segments like Amazon or Swiggy or any kind of other things. Because these people are not educated people or not skilled people who can be taken care. Plus 95% or more business is with unorganized players in home healthcare. So these people are working as gig workers. So the major problem here, and the government or other people should do something about it, is skilled people. And I'm coming to skill set. See, we have seen that the Skill India has 3 months GDA program or 4 months GDA program. These people are daily wage people. We are not able to find people, thousands of people. We are only able to find hundred of people to work as a caregivers. So whether it is my suggestion or a question that should government work on a smaller time frame? Because to change a diaper or giving some kind of support as a caregiver, you don't need 3 months. You should just working for 5 days or 10 days kind of things.
Sorry, we're just running short of one last question. Shri, if you want to... Yeah, no? Sorry. Okay. Guys, I'm so sorry. We are running short of time and we have to close. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, audience, for being patient.
Well,
This
I
can go
request
on.
you to kindly hand over the token of appreciation as a gesture of gratitude to all our panelists, please. I request all of you guys to kindly step forward. We'll have a group photograph. Let's capture this lovely moment. Let's have the biggest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sure for all the questions, you guys can meet them and network them at the lunch break, which is going to be right now in 10 minutes for all of you guys.
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for your patience. Now it's time for the address by our chief guest. And Dr. Paul, thank you very much for joining us. We wish you were with us physically, but we appreciate your time given your compulsions. I've had the good fortune of working with Dr. Paul very closely during my healthcare days, and his dynamism is absolutely inspirational. All I can tell you is I don't know what he'll speak on, but whatever he will commit, you'll find that will happen. So Dr. Paul served on the faculty of Department of Pediatrics, All India Institute of Medical Sciences for over 35 years. Over that 10 years, he was the department head. He's globally recognized as a medical scientist and a public health exponent. The Government of India appointed Dr. Paul as a member of the Niti Aayog in 2017, where he leads the health, nutrition and education verticals. He has played a pivotal role in formulating the Ayushman Bharat PMJ scheme, the Ayushman Arogya Mandir scheme and the Poshan Abhiyan. Professor Paul also served as the chairman of the Board of Governors in supersession of the Medical Council of India in 2018-20, and under his tenure, we saw what is much needed, the appreciable increase in number of undergraduate and postgraduate medical seats, and the introduction of telemedicine guidelines. He's been a strong proponent of telemedicine for a long time. Dr. Paul was at the forefront of the COVID war that India fought. As part of the Union government, he chaired the National Task Force on COVID-19, the Empowered Group on Emergency Management Plan and Strategy, the Empowered Group on Vaccination, as well as the National Expert Group on Vaccine Administration for COVID-19. Dr. Paul has over 400 scientific publications and an H-index of 62 to his credit. He featured among the world's top 2% scientists in the field of pediatrics, according to a study conducted at Stanford University in 2020. He's a fellow of all 3 science academies of the country and a recipient of the prestigious preeminent Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Centenary Award for Excellence in biomedical research by ICMR. He was also conferred the prestigious Eisen Dogramaki Family Health Foundation Prize by WHO at the 2018 World Health Assembly for his globally recognized service in the field of family health. Dr. Paul, we are really, really lucky to have you with us. May I please request you to address us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Good afternoon. Distinguished leadership of Association of Senior Living India, distinguished participants of the annual Aging Fest, friends, first and foremost, my apologies for having missed my previous time slot, or previous appointment with you for some reason beyond my control. But I'm so happy that you have been kind enough to carve out, this brief slot for me just before lunch, and I'm so honored and so privileged and really grateful for this opportunity to speak to you. I first and foremost would like to compliment you, congratulate you all for a pioneering work that Asli has been carrying out consistently, nationally, and in a comprehensive way. You have given the lead in this important and emergent area. In some sense, the priority for the care of the elderly, the welfare, empowerment, and care of the elderly was always an agenda, but in more recent times, this has gathered pace, and thanks to pioneering work and pioneers like yourselves, who have seen the future earlier than perhaps many other stakeholders. I add my voice of appreciation, my voice of partnership, and my voice of collaboration with your team, your fraternity, your leadership, and indeed all the stakeholders that are present in the hall this afternoon. Great work being done, and we would like to see much more space, much more work in this very critical area, gathering pace in all parts of our great nation. The reason for this is obvious, and I'm sure that has been communicated and mentioned here, that we always have a proportion of our population, senior people who need special care, special touch, special measures, and a comprehensive societal response, including government response. But then this has become even more important because of the rising trend, because of the changing dynamics of our family system, and above all, the dynamics of our journey toward Viksit Bharat that we will experience, which will bring opportunity, which will bring more resources, but also challenges, because we need productive workforce and we need to look after our elderly. So you are in the right space, ahead of your time, but surely at the absolute most important phase of this journey, because this is a time when there is a very active policy, debate, discussion, and discourse in the government. And the question that has been asked for this fest is senior care in India ready to take off? Is a pointer toward your concern, but it's also a simple answer. But the point is that senior care in India has always been, a system, always been an endeavor of our society. But yes, in changing scenario, to which I briefly referred, there is a need to put in more energy, more comprehensiveness, more integration, and bringing with more resources, more participation, and that moment has indeed definitely arrived. I think this, I like to justify that first and foremost, with the very major development in the space of health protection, financial protection for health. The Union government, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, has included all senior citizens above 70 years of age as beneficiaries of Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, the Ayushman Bharat PMJ mission, which is, as you know, is a benefit without any reference to the socioeconomic status, the income levels, and so on and so forth. For this age, this benefit and this coverage is truly universal. It will benefit 4.5 crore families and 6 crore individuals. 6 crore individuals are today across the nation of age are now beneficiaries of assured care. Across 1,900 plus packages in 30,000 hospitals without any out-of-pocket expenditure and in a cashless manner. And of course, we hope that there will be fast-track care and friendly care for this very special segment of our society, our citizens. I'd like to salute the contribution of senior citizens. They have lent their effort, time, productivity, made sacrifices to take our society where we are today, take our nation where we are today, take our children and the youth where they are today, and they are ready to take off to a totally new level of achievements as we go forward. So this is also a day when we would like to salute the senior citizenry of our great nation. So it's more than 70 years. Health insurance coverage is something I hope the Aging Fest of 2024 will celebrate in a very, very big way. We would need help of organizations like yours to reach out to all the beneficiaries. We don't want to leave, we cannot afford to leave anyone behind. And many of our senior citizens will be in, shall we say, difficult locations, remote places, urban areas, rural areas. They could be left out, even when they are not far away from major hubs of governance or major hubs of hospitals, because we need, they are, the pathways have to be created to reach them, and of course, we have large geography and so on and so forth. So clearly, it is an opportunity for you to contribute toward creating the special card, the golden card of PMJ for all the citizens, and of course help us refine and strengthen the existing system of PMJ, especially to the needs of the senior citizen beneficiaries. The second reason why I say that this is indeed a special moment, and this year is special, because clearly there are multiple policy discussions and discourses that have been initiated. You are aware, and I can speak for my institution, the NITI Aayog, you are aware of a very, actually it's a very comprehensive and forward-looking report that came from the NITI Aayog, the senior care reforms, which focused on social welfare, economic welfare, digital inclusion, and healthcare, which also has now paved the way for us to develop a much more comprehensive senior care and senior citizen welfare recommendations for the national government. You may be aware that our comprehensive group is looking at it. Many of you in the room are perhaps part of it. Indeed, Asli is part of it, where there are discussions. We are looking at where we are with regard to the welfare of senior citizens and the care and healthcare, nutrition care, and so on. We look forward to learning from the group to be able to craft new ideas on how senior care can be taken forward in every aspect. Practically every aspect is on the table, as you know, but also, therefore, it is time for your organization, as well as those of us who are concerned with this important priority of our nation, to offer ideas on every aspect. Care economy, utilizing the talent of the senior citizens when they are active and capable. I like to call them Urjavan, elderly, जिनके पास ताकत है वो कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं. एक पर्टिकुलर डेट को कंट्रीब्यूशन बंद नहीं हो सकता. How can that energy be harnessed for the societal goals, especially through our journey during the Amrit Kaal? What role can they play in improving, shall we say, education of children, welfare of children, preparing the youth for better productivity, and of course sector-specific input that the senior citizens can bring. At the same time, we would like to learn from you how to fashion welfare, social security, physical security, using technology for improved well-being and welfare and care of our citizens, and so on and so forth, and how to really prepare the society for an emerging paradigm of care of the elderly. India's model for senior care should be embedded in our cultural roots, should be embedded in family-centered care. We should bring back those elements which we may have been diluting in recent times. We need a societal response from our communities to be responsible toward the care of senior citizens, as we have done as a society for thousands of years. And to be able to adapt that to today's stresses and needs and the changes that have occurred in our system. Yes, of course, there will be need for institutional care and support. That would be needed, no doubt. But as much as possible, can we make efforts? Can we create a buzz? Can we create a movement that the elderly are really, truly are looked after by the families, and we enable the families to do so. We enable, small families to do so. We enable the young couple engaged in full-time work to be able to look after the elderly in the family. I think that is the kind of model that we should really be looking forward. And as I said, that debate within the is focusing on several areas. There are some areas which need a larger discussion. And as you also know that, is it ready to take off? Senior care is ready to take off. Also emerges from the fact that you see so much of more press coverage of this aspect, and the editorial space that has been devoted to this aspect in more recent time. So clearly, there is a paradigm shift in 2024, and the expectations from the government, and not just the government, from organizations like yours and other stakeholders are now higher than ever. But above all, I would say, coming from NITI, my request to you, all of you, is please offer your ideas. Help us craft, a policy and an action which is embedded in our societal values, and also it is affordable, it is humane, it is as much as possible home-based, and of course it takes care of those who need more health care, more institutional care, should also be part of it. We have to safeguard our elderly from physical security point of view, digital security point of view, indeed also financial security point of view, and the ideas on each one of them are truly important. The short point, yes, this has been a watershed time in terms of our efforts for senior care. The PMJ incorporation of more than 78 senior citizens is a watershed moment in its own way. We would like to see it implemented successfully, and also it's a time for us to craft a comprehensive, multi-sectoral, culturally driven senior care paradigm for our nation. With these words, I am grateful for the opportunity, and I look forward to continuing, but also with a larger group of stakeholders to take the task that NITI has taken upon itself on comprehensive senior care and senior citizen welfare. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Dr. Paul, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your encouraging words. We will continue to engage with you from Asli with specific ideas and actions so we can take forward the agenda of senior care. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So before we move out for lunch, we're going to be having 1 hour break from 1:45 to 2:45. So I request all of you guys to kindly come back to the same hall by .2:45 as we're going to be resuming the next session. The Founders Excellence Award is being moved after lunch, so we're going to be doing that and the very promising fashion show, guys. So stay glued to your seats. I request all of you guys to kindly have lunch and come back. But food coupons are with your badges, so please quickly take out the food coupon so that you can give it up and pick up your plates. And happy networking. I will see all of you guys back here at .245. And now I request the gold and silver sponsor videos to be played on the screen, please.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Make your senior years the golden years of your life.
Primus Senior Homes is a happy community of vibrant and active senior citizens. This community is built on the pillars of care, convenience, and comfort. At Primus, seniors participate in various cultural and social events along with other like-minded people in the community. They laugh, play, exercise, and hang out with their friends. They boldly embrace active, healthy, and a fun life where they thrive in their golden years. After all, age is just a number.
Welcome to Bridge Health.
कविता केली। यमक थोडंसं गणलंय, इथे येऊन मी केलं काय त्यात थोडं मांडलं। साठी आली येतेच ती, भाव थोडा खातेच ती, आता थोड्याशा सुरकुत्या येणारच, एक दोन दात पडणारच, केस थोडे जाणारच आणि असलेले पांढरे होणारच।
ज्येष्ठ नागरिकांची आनंदी चैतन्यशील कम्युनिटी अथश्री।
elements, way of life.
At Serene Communities, belonging is more than a feeling. Our retirement homes are crafted with love, care, and attention. Here, happiness finds seniors in every moment, whether over a cup of tea or in between a tennis match. As India's most loved continuing care retirement community with over 1,700 residences and 10 active communities. Every space we build for care is built with love. And every day, we're here to help seniors live well with positive aging.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Make your senior years the golden years of your life.
Homes is a happy community of vibrant and active senior citizens. This community is built on the pillars of care, convenience, and comfort. At Primus, seniors participate in various cultural and social events along with other like-minded people in the community. They laugh, play, exercise, and hang out with their friends. They boldly embrace active, healthy, and a fun life where they thrive in their golden years. After all, age is just a number.
Welcome to Bridge Health.
कविता केली. क्या बात है. यमक थोडंसं गणलंय. इथे येऊन मी केलं काय त्यात थोडं मांडलं. साठी आली येतेस ती, भाव थोडा खातेस ती. आता थोड्याशा सुरकुत्या येणारच, एक दोन दात पडणारच, अहो केस थोडे जाणारच आणि असलेले पांढरे होणारच.
ज्येष्ठ नागरिकांची आनंदी चैतन्यशील कम्युनिटी अथश्री.
Elements, way of life.
At Serene Communities, belonging is more than a feeling. Our retirement homes are crafted with love, care, and attention. Here, happiness finds seniors in every moment, whether over a cup of tea or in between a tennis match. As India's most loved continuing care retirement community with over 1,700 residences and 10 active communities. Every space we build for care is built with love. And every day, we're here to help seniors live well with positive aging.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Make your senior years the golden years of your life.
Senior Homes is a happy community of vibrant and active senior citizens. This community is built on the pillars of care, convenience, and comfort. At Primus, seniors participate in various cultural and social events along with other like-minded people in the community. They laugh, play, exercise, and hang out with their friends. They boldly embrace active, healthy, and a fun life where they thrive in their golden years. After all, age is just a number.
Welcome to Bridge Health.
कविता केली. क्या बात है. यमक थोडंसं गणलंय. इथे येऊन मी केलं काय, त्यात थोडं मांडलं. साठी आली, येतेच ती, भाव थोडा खातेच ती. आता थोड्याशा सुरकुत्या येणारच, एक दोन दात पडणारच, केस थोडे जाणारच आणि असलेले पांढरे होणारच.
ज्येष्ठ नागरिकांची आनंदी चैतन्यशील कम्युनिटी अथश्री.
Elements, way of life.
At Serene Communities, belonging is more than a feeling. Our retirement homes are crafted with love, care, and attention. Here, happiness finds seniors in every moment, whether over a cup of tea or in between a tennis match. As India's most loved continuing care retirement community with over 1,700 residences and 10 active communities. Every space we build for care is built with love. And every day, we're here to help seniors live well with positive aging.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Make your senior years the golden years of your life.
Homes is a happy community of vibrant and active senior citizens. This community is built on the pillars of care, convenience, and comfort. At Primus, seniors participate in various cultural and social events along with other like-minded people in the community. They laugh, play, exercise, and hang out with their friends. They boldly embrace active, healthy, and a fun life where they thrive in their golden years. After all, age is just a number.
Welcome to Bridge Health.
कविता केली। क्या बात है? यमक थोडंसं गणलंय।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have all of you guys kindly get seated, kindly get settled, please. We're going to be resuming the next session now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have all of you guys kindly take your seats, please. We're going to be resuming the next session. I request all of you guys to kindly occupy the front chairs because I can see a lot of empty chairs. I request all of you guys who are seated back, quickly walk up and occupy the front chairs, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's have all of you guys kindly get seated. We are going to be resuming the session now. Let's have all of you kindly get seated. I can see a lot of empty chairs, so let's have all of you guys kindly occupy front chairs, please. So welcome back. A very, very warm good afternoon once again to all the ladies and gentlemen present here. And now we move on to the round table 4. The topic is technology and innovation. Technology and seniors is age tech for real. Technology is something we usually associated with the young, yet technology has the potential to transform the lives of seniors. Digital products and platforms can be tailored to meet the needs of older people. Technology that improves health monitoring and care can allow seniors to age from home. And data in technology can keep seniors connected with their caregivers seamlessly. How much of age tech is hype versus reality? We are exhilarated to unveil the panel for our discussion, so please help me in welcoming on stage our moderator, Mrinalini Mirchandani, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company, to kindly take over the stage. And also, let's welcome the panelists with the biggest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up to Ayush Agrawal, CEO, Kubo Care, to join us. Mr. Ganapati GR, CEO, Machani Robotics. Mr. Rohit MA, Managing Partner, Pure Capital, Founder, Cloud9. And Ms. Femada Shaman, CEO, the Association for Aging, TAFTA, Durban, South Africa, to kindly join us, please. A very warm welcome to the moderator and panelists. Over to you, ma'am.
Hi, folks. We were unlucky to get the post-lunch session, but very lucky to get the most exciting topic. So, we are in Bangalore. How could we not talk about technology? Having said that, I think technology and seniors are not words that often go together. Basically, I think because of a bunch of biases and beliefs around how a group of people who weren't digitally native growing up actually behave. This panel thinks differently, and my hope is in the next half hour they will provoke all of us to think a little bit differently about technology and seniors. So let me first quickly introduce this group before we jump into questions. We're very lucky to have with us Femada, 25 years of helping seniors in Africa age with dignity. What a wonderful person to have on this panel. And in that journey has also seen many entrepreneurs innovate and seen how innovation has evolved. We'll come to that in a bit. Very special day for Ayush. Guys, a big round of applause. It's launch day for Kubo Care today, his startup. So Ayush, double reasons to celebrate. Also, Ayush was the founder of the first e-commerce company for seniors in India, Seniority. First and only, I think. And since, Kubo is now building a radar technology for senior fall prevention or detection. Very excited to have Rohit. Rohit did not start his career with seniors, he started with babies. He was founder of Cloud9 and then having built an incredibly successful business, turned investor. When we spoke, he told me one big theme he's going after is age tech. So Rohit brings the investor view to why technology is relevant. And then Ganapati, when he told me what Machani Robotics does, I was wondering whether it's science fiction or reality. But there is a humanoid that helps seniors deal with companionship, challenges, care, and more. So a fascinating panel, which is why I will stop talking and turn over to them. Let me begin with one question for each of you, which is, and Ayush, I'll start with you. A lot about when we talk about technology, we talk about the future. If I was to say here and now, where are you seeing opportunities for technology to change how seniors age? Tell us a bit more.
Right. Thank you so much, Mrinalini. Right. So technology and seniors, for an India-specific view, is that one error I feel that we've made as a country of cheap labor is assumed that manpower can replace technology in every single aspect. I think increasingly we are realizing that's not the case. As our demographic dividend flips, as India becomes an aging country and an old country, we'll realize increasingly that technology is extremely relevant and extremely important. I would sort of also do a shameless plug here that what we are also trying to do is that, right? Trying to bring sort of this global technology of sort of radar-based, non-wearable, non-camera, sort of ensuring that a senior is healthy, safe within their own confines. I think that in general is going to be a big theme. Like for us to be able to say that, are we able to sort of just automate as much as possible and reduce the dependence on manpower to the extent possible? Of course, some cases you can't, but even there you would want to augment the manpower with technology and replace wherever possible. That, in my view, is a big theme that we should look at for seniors and technology.
And in that context, what exactly does Kubo do?
So we are building radar-based devices that are able to track a person's movement, detect falls, and also be able to sort of do gait analysis, balance view, so that we can actually also talk about whether a person is deteriorating over time. So we want to be able to sort of get to a stage where we are not just detecting falls, but also predicting and preventing them from taking place. There's sort of all of this data that we're able to collect, including say things like a timed up and go test, tossing and turning, sleep quality, heart rate, respiratory rate, put all of that together and sort of be predictive about deterioration rather than being reactive about it.
Genuinely something humans could not do. So, terrific. I'm going to move on to Ganpati. Ganpati, tell us a bit about Ria. And when you told me she's a humanoid, I was Googling on the site saying like, okay, what exactly is that? So please educate us about Ria the humanoid and how she's helping seniors.
Thank you, Mrinalini. I know how many of you have had a chance to look at a video of Ria. But otherwise, look, Ria, when we say humanoid, it's a robot that looks like a human. I think, look, many of you who are associated with elder care would kind of appreciate that elder care requires, if anything, infinite patience, compassion, rigor, everything to kind of deal with it. And, we think that the humanoid is best placed to do that because so long as you plug the humanoid, there's electricity, it can work 24 hours, has infinite patience. So Ria, for example, Ria has 34 degrees of freedom when it comes to the face. So from a facial expression perspective, she has obviously computer vision, speech recognition kind of driving a lot of that technology, which makes her essentially very empathetic. She's able to understand a context from an emotional perspective and connect. Right, and then what that does, and we are in fact currently doing some of the, POCs with, there's one happening in San Diego University where essentially we're testing in terms of how loneliness is again a big issue that you have. And in fact, there are studies that say that look, people who are lonely, there's a 3 to 5 year lifespan that gets sucked out of them. And one of the things that we are seeing is because, how Ria can step into that role and then kind of, empathize, communicate and connect with people. And then that's essentially what Ria does. So unlike, many of the robots that we're familiar with, which is essentially picking stuff for industrial use case, I think we took a big bet on the compassion and the social use case. Yeah. And that's what Ria does.
I'm still wrapping my head around compassionate robots, but I'll get there. Vimada, necessity is often the mother of invention, right? And you would have seen through the years, countries like India and Africa don't always have the resources to drive change, but that's what innovation comes from. As you've looked at all these incubators through the years, where are you seeing technology play a role?
Thank you so much. Firstly, let me just say how honored I feel to be part of this discussion and very humbled to be in this room of brilliant minds. So I think, there's some comparatives in terms of Africa and India, in terms of being emerging economies, and from a rural, urban perspective, there's some similarities as well. I think in Africa, possibly what's different is that the innovation is within the space of your normal living, if I can call it that. So we're seeing innovation happening as it relates to the circumstances that older people find themselves in. For example, in Durban, we've been impacted quite a lot by climate change. We've had flooding that's happened. And so part of the challenge then is to look at solutions for older people within the context of climate change and how that impacts. So while you have the sort of directed, focused innovation around care, support, technologies that will assist older people, there are also these broader societal issues that we are mainstreaming and ensuring that the focus is on older persons as well. So innovation is happening within the context of larger social issues.
Got it. And I think something you said outside, which was, the goal is to change the way people feel about aging.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think, as an organization working with older persons, we've become quite used to older people being marginalized. But also when you say to someone, I work in the older person sector, I immediately see the pity on their face, like, oh, shame, It's not the most sexiest of sectors to be in. However, we want to change the narrative on aging. Aging provides a whole lot of opportunities for all different groups of people, younger people, older people themselves as well. So yes, part of our drive is to look at the way we change the narrative of aging. And in doing so, we actually are then combating the whole ageism issue. Because when we start discriminating on people on the basis of their age, then it means we reduce the opportunities they have for living a life of well-being, living a life of inclusivity and all the rest of it.
Thank you. Rohit, on to you with an investor hat. This morning when we spoke, we heard the investor panel. Inevitably, investments in this space ends up being largely real estate driven. When you say age tech and when your thesis around age tech is being built, where is the investable tech-led opportunity?
Yeah, again, thanks for having me here and good afternoon, everyone. Look, the problem of being an investor is you always follow things, right? You cannot really go and soothsay some of the things. I know there are some people who do it, but I'm here to learn and actually kind of appreciate what all the founders are doing. But I think in terms of investing in senior tech itself is especially in terms of there's so many different frameworks that is currently floating. And this is what we are also trying to figure out ourselves and working with founders like many of them in the room. Is one, if it is something for our country in terms of, what's the diverse population, a lot of them don't even realize that the kind of aging population which is south of India and rest of India is very different. The propensity to pay, the number of pensioners, the kind of income that they have, all of those things actually come into play in terms of saying what is it that you're really building for, right? Like technology is one layer, but just in terms of all those aspects, there's so many different combinations of what you can actually build. Technology somehow doesn't seem to be one uniform lateral sort of thing that can be provided in this space, especially because someone who's 50 today is probably the most well-versed in terms of using tech of what is around because they've grown up with it, right? Or someone who's like me in 40s have actually, completely kind of embodied technology as it's happened. And we are going to step into the zone where, we start becoming senior. And how do you address using technology of what is today and what is for someone who's already there, right? So I think technology in itself is like a complex sort of thing, and that's what we are also trying to find. But I think the first thing, like you said, reality is the one thing which has actually gone ahead and leapfrogged, which is good because, across several paradigms between emotional, mental, physical, financial, this is where we are seeing in terms of playbooks being built. Real estate or reality is something which cuts across all of these nicely, right? So that's one thing which is leapfrogged. But in terms of other things, I think anything on the preventive side, like what these guys are building, anything which is more on the diagnostic or preventative in nature, I think is probably seeing a little bit more action, either being device-oriented or non-device oriented. We're seeing a lot of action. I think financial, there are some playbooks being built thanks to the amazing financial rails that are there in our country. We don't know if it is replicable in most other countries, but this is what is happening, and we're also seeing a good amount of tech being used in its traditional way where people are sitting here in India using the cost arbitrage to find and help senior care globally, right? For ones who are building globally, there are ACOs, which kind of do a great job of managing clinical outcomes in pools across the US, and it's all paid by one payer, which is the insurer. So there's a lot of players who are actually kind of helping them closely monitor using devices, using interaction to actually be able to bring the cost of care down and actually prevent hospitalization. So there's several of these things, and I don't know if I answered your question, but there's like a lot happening.
No, you did, because we started with 2 examples of tech products, right? Whether it's Kubo or Ria. It's interesting that both of you spoke about tech as an enabler as much as tech as the end product. Great. Moving on to the next question. Before this event, we did a survey that Rajat referred to this morning, where we had 500 seniors surveyed. One of the questions was around how do they engage with their smartphones. What we expected and surely heard back is they obviously communicate, they consume content on WhatsApp. One of the results was that more than 50% shop with their phone. And when I saw that, I asked the team to check the data, saying, are you sure, right? People are transacting on their phone, 60 plus, 70 plus. But it made me realize the number of myths that are prevalent in our heads. Ayush, I'd like to come to you. When you started Seniority, firstly, I'd love to know how many people told you were nuts. But what were some of the myths that got shattered when you sold online to people who are not seen as being digital transactors?
Right. So, I would actually take a step back and say that it's not just a myth. I believe seniors have actually been gaslit into sort of just thinking that they're not tech savvy. So when we started Seniority, we were at this event in Pune with approximately 150 or so seniors. And this is back in 2016, right? So the question was, how many of you consider yourselves tech savvy, right? And maybe 3 or 4 hands went up. But then you ask them probing questions. How many of you are on Facebook? That's like 60, 70 hands going up. How many of you are on WhatsApp? That's like 100, 120 hands going up, right? And when you probe deeper, you realize they have smartphones. They are on the internet. They're using apps. But for some reason, they've been led to believe that they're not tech savvy, right? The problem is not that they're not tech savvy. They are tech savvy. It's the tech that's not meeting their needs, right? That's one of the reasons why we started Kubo Care as well. When you talk about fault detection, right, you say that, hey, you know what, but wearables exist, right? Wearables can detect faults. Why not wearables? But wearables do not meet the needs of a senior. The senior does not like the feel of a wearable on their body at all times. They don't like to have to remember to recharge it, right? They don't like to have to remember to wear it every single day. If that is their preference, we can't call them as being not tech savvy for choosing to reject a wearable. It is our job to build technology that works as per their preferences, to build an ambient device that is tracking them and protecting them without for them having to change their habits, right? So, and that's what we did with Seniority as well. That when they talked about how, we're comfortable with WhatsApp, we're comfortable with Facebook, but Amazon is a bridge too far. It's too complicated. So we met them halfway. We created a website that was simpler to use. We created a platform that allowed them to chat with us on WhatsApp. Call us directly, no confusing IVR flows to sort of confuse them. Ask questions about products. You can't expect them to read detailed product descriptions and sort of understand the nuance about the 5 different types of wheelchairs that exist and which is the right one for them. We were there to handhold them through the process. And as a result, we were surprised. When we started, even we were making this mistake. We were going to launch a bunch of retail stores for seniors to shop and the website for the kids to shop for the parents. But with the right interventions on the website, we actually dropped our offline store idea almost altogether. 95% of our sales were online, and of that, almost 35 to 40% was seniors buying themselves. So if you are willing to create technology for seniors, seniors are not, you cannot consider them as being not tech savvy. They're just as tech savvy as the rest of us. The technology has to work for them. We can't force them to fit into our notions of what technology is. That's what I believe. That is
fascinating, and for me, the line I'm going to take over is we are gaslighting seniors by telling them that they are not tech savvy. Ganpati, tell us about Ria, right? Again, my biases. I'm imagining a senior looking at a robot to engage for companionship. Is there no reservation? Are there myths that are being shattered there as well, where they are prepared to engage with humanoids?
Sure. I think before that, look, looking at my own family, I'm not surprised by the results that you've got because, my mother's taken to online banking, so I can't imagine that, that's something that I don't think is outlandish. But coming back to Ria specifically, look, we had a very interesting instance in the US again, of course, because we kind of most of the use cases are there. So we had, a founder of a large organization who's looking at Ria. And as a test case, he invited his dad, dad who's alone, to kind of have a conversation with Ria. Right? The thought is, look, most of us think that, look, one, there are a lot of human beings, or otherwise we have Alexa or the equivalent. And the fact is, look, and that was the sale that finally happened because it was an engaging conversation with the dad. Because what Ria does is, look, unlike many of us who come with our own biases, she's not judgmental. And she engages and, she is constantly kind of asking you questions. So she's just not there to respond. And I think, look, it's the experience. So, so here's an instance where I think he was an 85-year-old gentleman who kind of, took to Ria in the space of, 15 minutes, right? So I think it's a question of experience and hopefully, just like what our survey said, some of these myths will be broken as well. Yeah.
This is amazing. Rohit, if I come to you on scaling, right? As I walked around today, there are such cool ideas on display. Question is always, will they scale or will they stay cool and small? As an investor, what are some of the biggest bottlenecks you see to cool ideas becoming large?
Yeah. So look, I think for someone who built a brick and mortar business, I've kind of answered this for myself as well, is quite often I think there's confusing signals in terms of what kind of capital you need. Everybody kind of confuses venture capital to be the only way to kind of grow, right? I think it's a big misconception because venture capital comes with a finite timeline, comes with an expectation of a hockey stick growth, comes with category creation. It comes with a lot of threads which are possibly not visible but there. It's for someone to realize in terms of, what do you need that capital to do? Most often, if you kind of look at that capital as more as a catalyst and not the reason you exist, I think you can do well. A lot of businesses, especially in this, and look, if it's anything to do with health, if it's anything to do with this category, I actually inherently believe that if you draw down a unit level economics, you have to be able to make money at the end of it, right? In the sense, you have to have a profit in terms of what you're trying to do as a product or a service. So I think anyone who's trying to capture or retain engagement and so on without actually trying to convert that to a product or a service, I don't think that's there yet, right? So I think that is what people possibly try and chase towards saying that, we will engage them with ABCD services, but we'll try and sell them service E. And that usually hasn't happened. But if you're good at service E, you should try and go for it, right? So there are many ways of doing it. If there's devices, can you kind of use debt as a route? Can you use other patient capital forms as a route to actually kind of go build that market for you? Because that is something when someone's doing for the first time, you have to establish that market, right? So I think that misconception is really big. I think it also needs to come from a little bit of policy as well in terms of, let's say how the state play matters, right? In terms of dedicating some amount of capacities in the form of capital also to say that please go build, because we're kidding ourselves to say that as a country we will not grow old. We will grow old, right? So it's sooner for us to realize that some amount of capital in terms of as big as infra, defense, manufacturing, all of that, there has to be something which is allocated to this. That's when you'll see a thrust of innovation. Like, I'm sure a lot of people know here about the PLI scheme, which kind of changed the landscape of what's happened in manufacturing, right? We don't see some of those initiatives coming. So just private capital is still a very small sort of piece to kind of fit into the puzzle. So I think it has to be a bit in piece. It has to come in bits and pieces. But for the ones building, if there's a way to kind of get your consumers to pay, I think that's the best form of capital you can actually get.
So both being thoughtful about sources of capital, including through policy, and business models that ultimately have profitability inbuilt. Vimala, any other perspectives from you on the unlocks to scale?
Yeah, I think definitely from the South African perspective, we see the policy issue as one of the bottlenecks, because our policies in South Africa are designed around redressing past inequalities. So there's issues around equity, and you're looking at, like, for example, broad-based black empowerment programs that's pushing that kind of equity agenda. And I think that there needs to be more that is done from an entrepreneurship perspective, especially around being more or being less risk averse. Those kinds of policies needs to have some kind of discussion. And the aging agenda is not even on the whole radar of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is seen more in terms of technologies that impact on younger people. So I think there needs to be more of that bridging of the gap as well. I think from the South African perspective, also in terms of the way we're translating aging technology, you know, we're pushing from the aging space, we're pushing the whole thing around well-being. And Andrew and I were having this conversation that it's not just about care, it's about well-being, which goes beyond the care. And well-being for us, you know, transcends in terms of different aspects, from joy to autonomy to independence. So when you talk about people being on online shopping, that's an expression of their independence. So that kind of translation needs to happen. So part of the bottleneck is about having everybody at the table to innovate together, because different people bring different perspectives. You get the engineers that bring in the technical stuff, but you also have the social scientists that's bringing in the human side of it. They understand the experiences. And what we found works really well is that we bring the older people to the table as well. They are part of the design team. They talk about things that impact on them. So right at the point of ideation, they are part of that discussion. And I think that's part of the change that needs to happen as well.
An innovation ecosystem, essentially. That's a fantastic thought. I want to hand over to the audience to ask a question, but before I do that, one last rapid fire for all of you. If I asked you to look in a fictional crystal ball and imagine 10 years out, where do you think technology would have made the maximum impact, and how by then all of us age? Ganpati, I start with you.
I think in 10 years, I think last rites are going to be different. We all have so much of digital data about ourselves. You know, we can all upload it. There's enough LLM that's going to come. You can have an avatar. Maybe, you know, you can rechristen Ria to hover your loud furnace and then have them continue.
I'm not sure I want to be part of this future, but okay.
I had a similar sort of concept in mind, but not as eerie. But I think so I would, if I had to look 10 years ahead, I think having a digital twin avatar in terms of, you know, all the information that we know, ultimately, look, like she said, as humans, we're all creatures of habit, right? So if we start behaving the way that we are supposed to behave when we go to a certain age in terms of our, what do we consume, what do we kind of do, our lifestyle and all of those things, if there's a digital twin which can actually kind of mimic everything to show how you need to be, I think that's probably like, it's like seeing in the mirror and trying to see what you shouldn't do, right? So maybe that's something I'd kind of want to see.
For me, I apologize for my very blinkered views here in advance, but for me, the future 10 years down the line is the future that I'm sort of on the path of building today with the team, which is to have a setup where our seniors are able to sort of age in place with sort of the full predictive and preventive technology in force behind them, and ensuring that there are no unseen emergencies that occur, that we are able to sort of ensure that they are able to live long and fulfilling lives, and that sort of the typical decline that you see with aging is something that we are able to eliminate.
Okay, so in my future, I'm hoping to see Ria. As part of my future, I say this facetiously because I have a macaw that's named Ria. So hopefully Ria will still be part of our life. But I think also you'll see a rise in this circular economy housing. People who are coming into housing establishments now are looking for ethical business. They're looking for businesses that's mindful around the impact on the climate, on the planet. And I think with some of the older people that we're speaking to, it's beyond just the comfort that they have for themselves, but also what are they leaving for their children and their grandchildren. So I think that housing in the future needs to integrate those kinds of ethical practices, and that I will see increasing in the next 10 years.
Can't fault our panel for lack of imagination. So homes that are ethical, that are preventive focused, that allow you to age in place, digital twins that let you see every day what you should and could do, and finally, as someone I think in your city yesterday said, let's not die. So that's the... Okay, super. Any questions from the audience?
I'm Sanjeev from Nima Elder Care, Gurgaon. My question is for this humanoid. See, we have enough friends on Facebook, LinkedIn, Insta, and whatnot. And now, apart from these friends, we will also have RIA. But the trouble is, the main cause of mental illnesses and loneliness is because we are become so digital. We need physical, more social, don't you think so? We need to meet real people, we need to see real faces, we need to have real friends. So somewhere I think we are losing the direction.
Look, I have no doubt. Obviously, if nobody can replace a human being, and that's the ideal state. But unfortunately, look, given that we're not in a perfect world and we have to deal with imperfection, then perhaps technology can help us get as close to perfection as possible. I mean, I'm not saying that RIA or anybody equivalent is a panacea for this, but you're right. I mean, I think that's something that we need to still cherish and let it nurture. But in the absence of that, these are solutions. Yeah.
Okay, I think there's one more and then we'll stop because I can see Barney glaring at me. Actually, two more.
Yeah.
Maybe while the mic travels there.
Yeah. I'm Dharma. My question pertains to, not a question, more of a suggestion in the sense that you were looking for funding for all these high-tech projects which are related to senior living. And what I was given to understand that out of all our IITs and which are there all over the country, the Ministry of Science and Technology possibly had actually assigned core focus areas for each of the IITs to carry out research and progress it along with a host of other partners who are there, startups and otherwise. And for example, in IIT Madras, it does focus on one of the 5 focus areas which has been assigned to IITM, pertains to assisted living and senior living in particular. And the IIT research parks have access to not just the Ministry of Science and Technology funding. Very often it has access to defense and research funding as well, R&D funding. It has access to corporate funding. It has access to alumni funding. And it has access to a host of other resources which are actually put together in one single platform. And it would be worthwhile to actually reach out to such platforms in terms of where you could get a kind of a cluster of all the things that you actually require.
Thank you for that, Dharma. And just the compound next to us here, ISC itself has a strong division which is actually talking about a lot of these things. There are protocols being developed for like early dementia detection, right? And in a very sort of Indianized manner, which is like a set of questions and stuff. It doesn't involve any devices. It doesn't involve anything. It's just a protocol to manage. So yeah, I mean, there is a lot happening. But one of the things is, for everybody building in this space, it's very difficult to kind of come through only those institutions. So there has to be something which is more capital sort of pushed out. I'm not saying just in the form of dollars or INR being available, but at least in the form of you do something which is good. Is there a way to kind of, do as a clawback in terms of taxation? You do something like how you have benefits for insurance, you have better rates on banks, and there has to be something more in terms of how technology can possibly intervene, and that was the observation, not for access to what people are doing.
So there were a couple of other questions, and then we'll wrap.
Hello, hi, my name is Prakash. So I would like to understand in two different ways. Basically, we are in a ship with proper investment and trying to find where money is. This is that tip of an iceberg in an ocean, right? And but what about the rest of the people who are middle class and lower middle class or poor people in the elderly segment? How are we going to take that money which is lying below the ocean, which is not visible to us, right? That is one thing. Are there technologies currently being developed? Is one question, and the other question is, if we are planning to find revenue from that bottom of the pyramid, how are different agencies planning to collaborate?
That's a very good question. So part of what we do in South Africa is to focus on different socioeconomic groups and to make products and services available to all people. We use a very collaborative approach. So when I said all stakeholders need to be at the table, it's including your funders, your donors, looking at people who will develop the technology and how we roll it out. So I think in South Africa, the solution we found in terms of accessibility is to have various role players and stakeholders as part of the conversation to look at how we can scale it and make it accessible to everybody. I'm not quite sure about the Indian context.
Actually, it's interesting, but at the start of today when Adarsh was speaking, when Nitin mentioned, a big question for him is how do developments in this space address people beyond the top 5%? And we did comment that a lot of this group is focused on that top 5%. So it's a great observation about not leaving everyone behind.
Yeah. I think when we were speaking to some of the innovators as well, because we had a youth innovation challenge, and one of the questions that we posed to the innovators was, how would you make this accessible? And they used a cross-subsidization model where they will focus on the higher economic groups, but they would look to cross-subsidize the lower groups through that, but also engaging with whatever programs are within the city, within the government, and roll the programs through those kind of structures. So I think you really have to be quite creative around what exists in your particular environment and then use a variety of approaches to make it as accessible as possible.
Sorry, one last question. Yes.
Well, it's just a comment really which complements what you've just heard. And it's interesting listening to the fascinating discussion that is being replicated on panel table stages in all around the world. The people are having these conversations and looking at how technology can, what place it has in the future. And I'm hugely impressed by what I'm hearing about what's going on in India. It is fantastic. The innovation, the entrepreneurship, the spirit that is coming from this country needs to be seen elsewhere. So let us see what we can do and how we can help you guys to connect with people who are doing similar things. And so you can spin on these ideas, really take them, we're still on the early stages of how we can really understand the potential of technology and how it can affect lives. So congratulations for your conversations. Roll them out and expand your horizons. There's no real limit. One thing about technology is it doesn't need to be confined by borders.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I request the moderator to kindly hand over the token of appreciation as a gesture of gratitude for all the panelists. I request all of you to kindly step forward so that we can have a group photograph. I request all of you guys to kindly step forward. Yes, everybody can step forward, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have the biggest round of applause. Thank you so much for that enriching session. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. And now it's time for us for the Founder Excellence Award. Well, they always say that the credibility of any award is always assured and ensured by whom it is being presented. So please help me in welcoming on stage Mr. Mansoor Dalal to join us on stage, Founder and Chairman, Emeritus Asli Chairman, Common Age, to kindly take over the stage, please.
Thank you, friends. You can imagine how gratified I must be today. It was almost 11 years, not 11 years, it is 13 years to the day, almost to the day. Asli was formed on 11th of December 2011. And to see a young, unsteady baby toddler grow into an opinionated adult. That's what we all are. And with so much compassion and empathy that I can see in this room that you all of us carry. That's, believe it or not, it's so gratifying to me. And all this is possible because of, as Adarsh mentioned or Ankur mentioned, there are successive leaders like Ankur, Adarsh, Rajit, and all ably supported by our executive director. Actually, she's the CEO of Asli, Bani. All of these people they have supported. And that is where you see where we are today. And as it says, it's a saying, it takes a village to nurture a child. Similarly, it takes a dedication of each and every one of you and passion from each and every one of you, not only this leadership, for you to nurture Asli to the next level. That is what is required. And I'm sure you will do it. I'm 100% sure. I'm confident of it. We've come so far. We've yet long to go. We heard so many times the tip of the mountain that is there. But yes, we've already climbed it. We are climbing it. We are there. We are going it. We are not giving up. We will reach there. I congratulate all of you. Wonderful. One of the things Asli board in their generosity did was to allow me to nominate a Founders Excellence Award every year. And I do that with absolute vigor and enthusiasm. So the chair of Common Age of that time and myself, we finalize and nominate the recipient of the Founders Excellence Award. That's the only award Asli gives, and that's the Founders Excellence Award. And we nominate and we try and give this award only to someone who's an NGO, somebody who does selfless work in this field of senior living and care. So this year's 6th Founders Excellence Award is being presented to a very, very dear friend and colleague who is doing immensely great work, Dr. Benazir Patil. I can't see her. Oh, there she is.
Let's have the biggest round of applause from the audience. Let's keep clapping and let's welcome her on stage.
While they are just setting up a very quick 2 minutes video on what Benazir Patil does, I'm going to only read a few lines, and I'm not going to read about her, tell you about herself. You'll see it on the video. What I really feel is that, Benazir, blessed is a person who makes a difference and walks that extra mile to make the defenseless walk with dignity. Blesses you, whose contribution to the cause of senior care has given a special place in the hearts of all those she has touched. You'll see the video.
हमारी संस्कृति हमें बुजुर्गों को साथ लेकर चलने की सीख देती है और शायद यही संस्कृति ने हमें वृद्ध मित्र शुरू करने के लिए प्रेरित किया। वृद्ध मित्र स्कूल संस्था की एक ऐसी शुरुआत है जिसकी हमारे देश के हर शहर में और हर गांव में जरूरत है। वृद्धों के साथ काम की शुरुआत करते समय हमें उनकी परेशानियों का अंदाज तो था, लेकिन समय के साथ साथ बुजुर्गों की अलग अलग प्रकार की जरूरतें भी सामने आई।
कार्यक्रम के दौरान बुजुर्गों से मिलना जुलना शुरू किया तो हमें महसूस हुआ कि बुजुर्गों को सबसे ज़्यादा खुशी तब मिलती है जब उनके साथ बैठकर हम बात करते हैं और उनके साथ वक्त बिताते हैं। इस महत्वपूर्ण अनुभव ने हमारे कार्यक्रम को नई दिशा दी। हमने बुजुर्गों के लिए बस्तियों में एक सामाजिक आधार रचना का निर्माण किया जिससे उन्हें हर तरह की सेवाएं मिल सके।
इस कार्यक्रम ने देश में सरकारी योजनाओं का बुजुर्गों को फायदा मिले इस पर काम करना शुरू किया। बुजुर्गों के घर जाने, उनका हालचाल पूछने, उनकी परेशानियों का हल निकालने, उनके परिवार के सदस्यों से बात करने और उनमें अपने परिवार के वृद्धों के प्रति संवेदनशीलता लाने की गतिविधियां बहुत कारगर साबित हुई।
हमने पुणे की बस्तियों में और गांवों में कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत से ही ऐसा वातावरण निर्माण किया जिसमें बुजुर्ग कार्यक्रम के केंद्र हैं और हम उन्हें अपने विचार व्यक्त करने के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। बुजुर्गों की आवश्यकताओं को पहचान कर हम ऐसी व्यवस्था करते हैं कि उन्हें चाही गई सेवाएं मिल सके। कुछ सेवाएं हमारी संस्था खुद देती है, कुछ सेवाएं हम अन्य संस्थाओं से लेकर उनकी बस्तियों में सामुदायिक जगह पर देते हैं। कुछ विशेष सेवाओं को प्राप्त करने के लिए हम उन्हें अलग अलग संस्थाओं में ले जाते हैं। बुजुर्गों के लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है एक निश्चित आमदनी जो कि ज्यादा लोगों के पास नहीं होती।
वृद्ध मित्र कार्यक्रम शासकीय पेंशन और स्वास्थ्य बीमा योजना के साथ जुड़वाता है जिससे वे आत्मनिर्भरता के साथ जीवन यापन कर सके। बुजुर्गों के दस्तावेज न होने पर उन्हें बनवाना, अधिकारियों से मिलकर सहयोग लेना और अंत में उन्हें इन योजनाओं का फायदा दिलवाना आसान नहीं होता, परंतु अति आवश्यक होता है। इसी के साथ वृद्धजन आजीवन कुछ न कुछ नया सीखते रहे और उन्हें कुछ आमदनी भी मिले, ऐसी एक नई कोशिश की ओर वृद्ध मित्र बढ़ रहा है।
आज 33,000 वृद्धजन पुणे, मुंबई, भोपाल और ग्वालियर में वृद्ध मित्र कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हैं। कार्यक्रम में पुणे में सबसे ज़्यादा 28,000 बुजुर्ग रजिस्टर्ड है और वर्ष 2027 तक पुणे शहर की बस्तियों में रहने वाले पूरी वृद्ध आबादी को कार्यक्रम से जोड़ने का लक्ष्य है। कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हर वृद्ध मित्र का मकसद होता है कि वह वृद्धों की सहायता करे और उनकी समस्याओं का समाधान ढूंढे ताकि बुजुर्गों की जीवन संध्या अधिक सुखमय और आरामदायक हो सके। इन सब गतिविधियों को हम लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी कहते हैं, यानी आखिरी मील तक बुजुर्गों से जुड़ा रहना और उनकी समस्याओं का निवारण करना। इसे वृद्ध मित्र एक संघर्ष की तरह नहीं मगर एक उत्साही प्रवाह की तरह देखता है।
So friends, this is the 95% we spoke about during the morning sessions. So at this point of time, they are also seniors. They also needs to be addressed. And this is the 95% that Dr. Benazir Patil is trying to do. And she's at touch points with 32,000 seniors. We are humbled, Dr. Benazir Patil, that you have chosen to accept this award.
Now let's have the biggest round of applause.
Rajat.
Let's have the biggest round of applause from the audience. Thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we've almost come to the last bit of the evening. Well, now is the time that we all have been waiting for. We're going to be having a very, very cute fashion show, what we have planned and curated for all of you from the lovely people who are going to be rocking the ramp for all of us. So quickly, I'm going to be taking a minute and tell what the theme of the fashion show is going to be tonight. Well, it is called Haute Couture, which means high fashion, which is okay. So before the fashion show, we will have the recognition. Bani, can I have those sheets? Yes. Yeah, below the water. Yeah, the water bottle. The sheets there. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to be having the fashion show. Apologies, guys. We're going to be having that in the last. And now we will move on to the awards and recognition. But before that, once again, it's time for me to welcome Bani ma'am to take over the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for being lovely hosts. So it has been one more year of incredible learnings and a lot of memories that we have created and made, and all of us have enjoyed together. So as we conclude the 5th Asli Aging Fest, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who's made this event a resounding success. To our speakers and panelists for their invaluable insights and actionable points, to our moderators for ensuring each session was engaging and impactful. A heartfelt thanks to the dedicated members of our organizing committee whose tireless efforts behind the scenes made this event a reality. Under the leadership of Mr. Rajat Mehta, who's Chairman Asli, and of course, Mr. Adarsh Narahari, Mr. Ankur Gupta, Mr. Kushal Ramesh, Mr. Amit Vaidya, Mr. Mansoor Dalal, Ms. Neha Sinha, Ms. Manya Arora, Dr. Karthik Narayan, Mr. S.N. Praveen, Mr. Neeraj Sagar, Ms. Sumati, Mr. Anant Ram, Ms. Monamitya Sarkar, and of course, Mr. Sri Kumar. So a special mention of Mr. Kushal Ramesh, who's really been the backbone to ensure that the entire event was flawless. Of course, a huge, huge thanks to our sponsors who really believed in our vision and entrusted us with their faith. So Team Ashiana, Team Bridge Health, Team Jagriti Dham, Team Primus, Team Antara, Team Element Senior Living, Team Paranjpe Schemes, and Team Serene Communities by Columbia Pacific. And of course, this would not be complete if we don't mention our partners, our supporting partners, Team McKinsey, for being our knowledge partner. Ms. Mrinalini has worked out, but a huge shout out for her because she really, really curated the sessions well. Team JLL, our research partner, for an exceptional report, and special thanks to Mr. Karan Singh Sodhi to bring this entire thing together. He was phenomenal to get the entire report, which was initially supposed to be a 4-page concept note, and it became like a 30-page full sector report. Team Times of India for digital partner support, and Team RPR for your impactful PR efforts. Team Atulya, thanks a lot for beautiful gifts for all our panelists. And of course, a huge thanks to all our exhibitors for their confidence and support. And, this list would not be complete if I don't mention my colleague, Ms. Stuti Sharma, who really helped me throughout this journey. So, and finally, of course, to our lovely delegates who have come in big numbers to ensure that, to tell us really that this sector is growing and we definitely have a long way ahead of us. And before, we move ahead with the little mementos that we've prepared for everyone, I would also like to inform everyone that at a Asli level, we always used to get these queries about reliable vendors. So we are going to be introducing a vendor category, which is going to be available to all Asli members. The member details are not going to be shared with the vendors, but the idea is to create a reliable vendor base to ensure the sector can grow smoothly. So we would be sharing all the details on our social media handles and our website, and please do get in touch with us. Now, I would like to, and of course, how can I forget to thank our lovely host, Ms. Navita. Navita, thanks a lot for all the great work you did today. And, I would like to call upon Mr. Rajat Mehta, Chairman Asli, to give out the mementos, sir.
Thank you. Let's have the biggest round of applause to Bani ma'am. Well, she's been under her toes from morning, so she deserves the biggest round of applause because she's taken over all the responsibilities. And kudos to you, ma'am. I've been seeing, everybody's been saying, the energy what you carry from the morning till now is the same. So kudos to you. Thank you so much. And we'll quickly recognize all of the fabulous people who have made this event a super duper big hit for all of us. So now it's time for us to quickly kickstart with the gold sponsors. Let's welcome Ashiana Housing to kindly join us on stage. Let's have some applause coming in. It's going to be a long exercise for all of us for the hands. Let's give it up to Ashiana Housing. A very hearty congratulations. Thank you so much for all that love and support for making Asli 2024 5th Asli Aging Fest a super duper hit. Let's give it up to Bridge Health. Anybody from Bridge Health, please join us. Okay, moving on. We do not have that person. Okay, let's welcome Primus Senior Living to join us on stage, please. Congratulations. Let's welcome Jagrati Dham to join us on stage. Let's welcome Mr. Karan from Bridge Health to kindly join us on stage, please. And now we quickly move on to our silver sponsors quickly to kickstart. Let's welcome Antara Senior Care to join us on stage, please. Let's welcome Elements Senior Living to join us on stage. Up next, let's welcome Paran Jape to join us on stage. Let's welcome Serene Communities by Columbia Pacific to join us on stage, please. And now it's time for our exhibitors to get recognized. Let's welcome Clock Health to join us on stage, please. Anybody from Clock Health? Yes, let's have you on stage. Let's have Kubu Care to join us on stage. Anybody from Kubu Care? Not there. Okay, moving on to the next one. Let's welcome Epoch Elder Care to join us on stage, please. A very hearty congratulations. Let's give it up to Epoch Elder Care. Up next, let's welcome Sysys Innovation Labs LLP to join us on stage, please. Up next, let's give it up to Hear Clear to join us on stage, please. Up next, let's give it up to Careflick Inc. to join us on stage. Anybody from Careflick Inc.? Okay, moving on to the next one. Let's give it up to Mobility Solution to join us on stage, please. Let's give it up to Kubo Khan. Moving on to our knowledge partner, let's give it up to McKinsey & Company to join us on stage, please. Okay, moving on, let's give it up to our research partner, JLL, to join us on stage. A very hearty congratulations. Let's welcome Careflick Inc. to join us on stage, please. Very hearty congratulations. Up next, let's welcome our digital partner, Times of India, to join us on stage, please. Moving on, we do not have anyone from TOI. Gifting partner, Atulya Senior Care, to join us on stage. And now it's time for all of us to recognize the organizing committee. Let's give it up to Mr. Mansoor Dalal, sir, to please join me on stage. Founder and Chairman, Emeritus Asli Chairman, Common Age, to kindly join us, please. Okay, he stepped out. Can we have Mr. Ankur Gupta, co-founder, Asli, JMD, Ashiana Housing, please, to join us? Not there. Okay. Mr. Rajat Mehta, Chairman, Asli, MD and CEO, Antara Senior Care, not there. They've all stepped. Oh, that's you. Sorry. So let's have you on stage to present the award. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. A very hearty congratulations, sir. Let's welcome Mr. Adarsh Narhari, board member, Asli, MD, Primus Senior Living. Okay, Mr. Amit Vaidya, board member, Asli, director, UCC Care, to join us on stage. Let's welcome Dr. Karthik Narayan, our board member, Asli, MD from Atulya Senior Care, to join us on stage. Let's welcome Mr. Adarsh Narhari, board member, Asli, MD, Primus Senior Living, to join us on stage. Congratulations. Up next, let's welcome Neha Sinha, board member, Asli, CEO, Epoch Elder Care, to join us on stage, please. Let's welcome Mr. Raj Gopal G, board member, Asli, CEO, CBC and Kite Senior Care, to join us on stage. Let's welcome Mr. Shashank, board member, Asli, managing director from J Schemes Consent, to join us on stage. Up next, let's welcome the organizing committee members, Mr. Anant Rambar, your member, Asli, co-founder, Manasum Senior Living, to join us on stage. Let's welcome Mr. Kushal Ramesh, member, Asli, co-founder, Manasum Senior Living, to join us on stage. Let's welcome Mr. Neeraj Sagar, member, Asli, founder from Wisdom Circle, to join us on stage. Let's welcome Mr. Praveen SN, member, Asli, founder from Priya Shreya, to join us on stage. Mr. Praveen. A very hearty congratulations. Up next, let's welcome Mr. Sri Kumar, member, Asli, founder and CEO, Integrated Elder Care, to join us on stage. Let's welcome Ms. Sumati Anandram, member, Asli, co-founder from Manasum Senior Living, to join us on stage. And last but not the least, Miss Bani Jain, ma'am, Executive Director, Asli. Let's have her on stage. Let's have the biggest round of applause. Everybody make some noise. Well, she's been the main pillar of strength in making the 5th Asli Aging Fest a super duper hit for all of us tonight. And let's have Stuti Sharma, Executive Operations from Asli, to join us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your time and patience. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now is the time we all have been waiting for. We're going to be having the fashion show now. It's time for all of us to take out our mobile phones and quickly start recording. And let me tell you that the fashion show sponsor is none other than Primus. A quick intro about this fashion show for all of you guys. Well, the theme of the fashion show is called Hot Couture. Hot Couture, as all of you guys know, it means high fashion, which is inspired by pluralism of global society, application of flamingo ruffled skirts, Indian classical textiles, French haute couture, headgears, and bling accessories for women. Well, we're also going to be having men's haute couture, which is inspired by East Asian bias blazer cuts, Indian Kanjivaram and Banaras brocade textiles, Lambani and Afghani tribal accessories with curated headgears. So this celebrity haute couture is going to be done by designer, stylist, fashion and art historian, activist and professor Shilpi Chowdhury. Well, she notes no introduction. Well, she has more than 3,600 plus corporate shows and haute couture shows to her credit and honored by more than 300 plus MNC companies. She's also the winner of international and national awards. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap as loudly as possible and let's welcome all the gorgeous people here on stage who are going to be rocking the stage for all of us by this amazing themed fashion show. Come on, let's make some noise, everybody. This is going to be very colorful and mesmerizing for all of us indeed. So stay glued to your seats. This is going to be the last bit for the evening. Thank you. Let's make some noise. Everybody, come on!
Let's give it up. Come on, everyone. Asli family, make some noise. Make some noise for all of these beautiful ladies here, everybody. Let's clap, 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 clap. Make some noise for the Desi men in the house! Everybody! Make some noise, everybody! Everybody, come on! Make some noise, Asli family, come on! Everybody, come on, make some noise, guys. biggest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The lady behind all of this, what you see. Celebrity, hospital, designer, stylist, fashion and art historian, activist and professor, Shilpi Chaudhary. A very, very warm welcome to you, ma'am. It's on, yes, it's on. You can talk.
I've been in this industry from last 22 years, and this is my first experience to work with 70 and 80 plus seniors. And that's an honor. I thank Primus and Asli organization for giving me this opportunity, to evolve with them. I learned so much from them. Let me tell you, me and Bani, Ms. Bani, we were coordinating this whole event, and there was so much of nervousness, ki ye log kar paenge ki nahi. That was a big question mark out there. But let me tell you, they were more confident than us. They wanted to wear every possible thing to every part of their body, especially men. And I call them boys and girls. I never call them men and women. They are boys and girls for me. And it was a pleasure working with them, and so sweet and so caring. They were all the time, getting me coffee, which I wanted, like a tonic there. So there was so much of home bonding with them, and this is an amazing experience that I, take back home. So I'm going to talk about this to everyone, and a fantastic platform you have given to all these people. And I would like also to thank this wonderful gentleman. He was always there to do the needful wherever I wanted him, and that's Mr. Chengappa. Thank you so much. And Bani again here, thank you. So, it's beautiful. And let me tell you, To carry an haute couture attire is not easy. This is first time they are walking the ramp and they carried this attire. It's a huge, huge compliment for them. So please give them a huge, huge round of applause. And I salute their energy and their spirit. I think, yeah, all of you take the audience, all of you take the audience clips, all of you are standing and giving them a fantastic standing ovation. It's such an honor. So boys and girls, you rock. You rock.
We'll all have a group picture. It's so nostalgic. Let's all have everybody please walk up closer so that we can have a group picture. Oh my God, how cute was this? This was like the most amazing part of the evening. I'm so nostalgic that I might end up crying. Wow, look at the energy. Let's also have all the board members please join us along with all of these pretty models here on stage. Well, as ma'am said, it's definitely not that easy to carry those headgears. Remember your sequences every bit, because when I used to do modeling, I remember how difficult it used to be. So you could see the synchronization to every step. They knew what they were doing. And as ma'am said, all the boys, all the girls definitely rocked the stage. And this was the most amazing part of the evening. And they deserve nothing but love, 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 and only love. Let's have the biggest round of applause to all of these fabulous, fantabulous people here. Everybody ready? Please step forward and look at the middle camera there and let's smile. Let's have all the organizing committee members to please join us on stage for a group picture. I guess we should also have the organizing committee run the ramp, no? Next time? We should do that, right? It'll be more fun. Thank you so much everyone. Let's have the biggest round of applause for all the hard work what they've done.
Well, they've literally been with those hard guests for like 3-4 hours. You know, from afternoon when I went back to the green room, they were getting ready. So hats off to you guys. I cannot even tell the kind of hard work what they've done tonight, and God smiles to everybody, to the Asli family. Thank you so much everyone for making this event a super duper hit. And thank you so much, Fantabulous Models. You guys rocked the stage with all of us tonight. And of course, this wouldn't have been possible from Shilpi Chaudhary ma'am. Let's have the biggest round of applause. Thank you so much for your time, for your patience, for your learning. Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, she doesn't need an introduction in the fashion industry. Well, you are a veteran, and hats off to you. Keep growing and keep shining. Can we have all Asli members to please join us on stage? If you guys are still here, can we have all of you guys?
No, exit same position.
And the high tea is being served for all of you guys outside. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for making the Asli Aging Fest 2024 a super duper hit. This is your host, Navyata, signing off. Okay, we'll have a picture only with the models and Shilpi ma'am, and then we'll have the group picture with Asli members, okay? So all the models, please step forward. Please come closer to Shilpi ma'am. Everybody models, we'll have one group picture. Okay, everybody please look inside the camera here. Yeah, ma'am, you'll have to come a little this side. You're getting covered. Yes. Ha. Superb. Everybody look inside this camera and smile. Yes, so we have the residents from Primus. Please join us on stage if you want the group picture. See, you guys already have fan followers. A lot of people want to click with you guys. So let's have all of you guys on stage. Okay, I have a quick announcement for the networking dinner and drinks for all of you guys who have registered at 7 p.m. That is going to be happening at the High Ultra Lounge. Okay, so for all of you guys who have registered, it's going to be at 7 p.m. at the High Ultra Lounge. Yes, so to reach high, you'll just have to go down, cross, and go to the opposite building, and it's the 32nd floor.